Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello, welcome to WEISSENHAUS again to the Grand Slam event, the first leg of the Grand Slam. And there were so many exciting things yesterday on day 4, but we reached day 5 to the semifinal. And I'm so fortunate, and you too, I believe, our audience, that we are in a great team. And let me introduce my co-hosts and expert commentators, Peter Leko, the legendary champion, trainer, and the great enthusiast of chess. I think it comes across. What do you think, Peter? How could you recover yesterday's tension? Because I saw that you were just so depressed when Nakamura lost.
Yes, thank you, Judith. Absolutely true. Yeah, it was heartbreaking to see Hikaru playing fantastic games and then not being able to convert, and finally at the end of the day he got eliminated by the very young and energetic Sindarov. We have to give credit to him. Of course, he was fighting incredibly well, using his chances with little time on the clock, finding incredible resources. I believe also driving Nakamura mad, completely insane action. And I have forgotten about everything else that happened yesterday, and we had so many things. Magnus Carlsen very confidently beating Abdusattorov, Caruana winning against Gukesh, and Vincent also holding Alireza and knocking him out. So we had a sensational day.
Well, and the other grandmaster in the studio, Nicholas Huschenberg. You are so super, showing all the details on the board next to you. How did you feel yesterday, and what do you expect today?
Well, it was a sensational day, as Peter said, full of action and drama at the end. The tension was really, you could feel the tension when Nakamura and Sindarov faced off in the tiebreaks. Today, we know one thing for sure: there will not be tiebreaks because it's the first day of the semifinals. So we have one game today, one game tomorrow. And I'm really looking forward to the clash of generations in the semifinals. We have Keimer against Carlsen, and we have Sindarov, we have Caruana against Sindarov. So you could say the upcoming players and the old guard, and let's see who will prevail. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
So let's see the bracket so we can visualize it also, and we can understand it even better and clearer, so our audience can see what happened yesterday. So we see in the brackets, we see that Vincent made an incredible victory over Alireza, so he's playing with the world number 1, as Magnus won against Abdusattorov. Pretty clear match. It was 2-0, so that will be a huge match. And on the other branch, we have Fabiano Caruana, who won against the world champion Gukesh, pretty convincingly, just as convincingly, I think, like Magnus did. And we have the big star of the event, because he makes all choices, decisions very unexpectedly. He chose to play with Nakamura, and Sindarov is going to be challenged by Fabiano. So let's see also the prize and the format of the tournament, because it is quite exciting to see that also. So this is the prize pool. And the first prize is $200,000. So it's a pretty lot at stake. 660,000 prize fund altogether. And we see that the players are playing for big money. And this was in group beginning. The rapid portion was the qualification. Then we had 10 players. But by now we ended up in the classical format of chess, 2 games each time. So today we'll have a first game of the semifinals, 90 minutes for players, each player, and after every move they get 30 seconds, and this is how it's going until the very end of the game. But very shortly we are going to jump onto the lottery, so the players get to know the next position, Fischer random, freestyle position. Let's go to this stage.
Welcome to the first day of the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in WEISSENHAUS. I would like to welcome everyone to the opening ceremony and the drawing of the positions. But before we start that, we will recap the exciting day of yesterday.
Even the world's best chess players need a break from chess just a few hours away from the tournament intensity. The luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort offers the best opportunities for the best chess players in the world to relax away from the freestyle chess games. Every chess player has their own unique way of preparing for a match. While Vincent Keimer enjoys the fresh sea breeze on a stroll along the picturesque Baltic coast, Fabiano Caruana prefers to start his day with a relaxed breakfast at the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort.
Just relaxing here for a long time, like maybe an hour here, just not thinking too much about chess and taking it very slowly, because we don't have to prepare for the game, so it's nice just to not have to worry about anything.
Fabiano's preparation has obviously worked very well. The world number 2 also wins his second quarterfinal match against world champion Gukesh, clear and fast.
Yeah, very happy. The game was basically a symptom of the match situation where he had to win, and the position was not easy to create chances, so he chose a very violent approach, which didn't work out.
Also in the semi-finals, Magnus Carlsen, the greatest of all time, beats Norbek Abdusadarov 2-0.
Feels very good. Obviously today's game was a bit longer than it could have been, but I just really wanted to win. I'm happy I managed to grind it out.
Carlsen will meet Vincent Keimer in his next match. The German was able to prevail against Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest tasks you can have in chess, but that's what I'm here for. It's a great opportunity to learn and to fight, and we will see.
Spectacular highlight of the quarterfinals. Freestyle chess shooting star Javakir Sindarov against world number 3 Hikaru Nakamura with heart rates of over 150 and an impressive victory for Sindarov in the tiebreak.
Hikaru Nakamura under 10 seconds. Oh! He blundered.
Oh! Insane. I don't even know what to say about him. Something's wrong with my brain. It just doesn't work the way it once did.
Everything is set for the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in WEISSENHAUS. Keimer versus Carlsen and Sindarov versus Caruana. Stay tuned.
Continuing today with the semi-finals, I would like to invite James onto the stage to draw today's position. Thank you, James.
Thank you kindly.
Our wonderful commentator.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure, my pleasure. Am I the one?
You are the one drawing.
All righty. Position 360.
I would just like to let all the players consider their positions in white on that side and black on that side as usual. Thank you very much.
So this game is the position of freestyle chess out of the 959 is the 360th position. I mean, just for the fun of it, I ask you, do you know anything about this position?
No,
no. Can you recall it, which is number 360?
The big question is, does Fabi know? And I see that Vincent and Fabi are teaming up. That's kind of good news for Vincent, yeah? And here we have it. King on D1. Wow, that's unusual. What else catches your eyes? Judith, yeah, King on D1. Let's listen to Vincent as well, what they are discussing.
It's interesting to see the players again grouping up, even though some players are playing in the semi-final as they proceeded, and the others are playing between the places 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Yes, Hikaru is also joining the team with Nodirbek. You always see the excitement of Nodirbek. Yeah, he's so super excited. It's a very challenging position, yeah, and they are debating about the first move. It's not obvious at all.
Yeah, and actually the king on D1, it is quite a special place for the king.
But Fabi did reveal a big secret that actually we can castle. So we can immediately correct the
start with the
position.
castle.
Yes, or to go D4 and then to castle. Those were Fabi's first words.
Well, still, the B1 bishop is kind of tricky, right? Because if you castle to the queen side, it means that you will have to be pushing your c-pawn in order to activate your bishop from b1. Or the other way is to play a3 and bishop a2. That can be sensible too. But somehow the knight on a1 and bishop on b1, it will take some time until you recover it.
Yes, I also feel that, for example, against any long castle move like c5 can be very tricky. Yeah, because you kind of ask, do you really want to play d4? Do you want to open my c file, the c8 look against the king on c1? And black still can later decide where to castle. Yeah, that's one of, I think, the dangers of castling way too early, that your opponent gets the chance to decide where he will castle.
So actually, the group which we see, there was basically, you cannot figure out immediately who is playing with which color, right?
Yes.
And this is the table who plays with the white color. So Fabi also plays with the white color. And again, I want to highlight that how interesting it is, I think, that Fabiano is sitting on the black side of the position, because somehow probably he wants to get the feeling that what would be his first impression from black side.
Exactly.
And maybe he understands it better this way, that how he wants to pose problem to black already starting from the very beginning. And he's playing with the younger generation, 19-year-old Sindarov, who has an incredible fighting spirit, right? I mean, the way he could bounce back from very bad to losing positions against Nakamura, it was just amazing. But against Fabiano, I think it will be not at all so easy, because when Fabiano gets a good position or winning, it will be very hard to make him make a mistake.
Yes, absolutely. I think one thing Fabiano knows for sure, that he should try to put the pressure in the classical portion. Yeah, what we have seen from Sindarov in the group stage, in the round-robin stage, and also in the playoff with little time on the clock, controlling his nerves and finding all resources with just a couple of seconds, it's scary.
Also, my question is the E1 bishop. E1 bishop is kind of a very tricky placement for the bishop, right? Because we've seen that having the knight in the corner is no big deal, even though that we know from classical chess that this is one of the basics, that you know that you don't put it on the rim, your knight, and not in the corner, because how awfully bad it is. But it seems to me that to bring out and activate your knight from h1 is somehow easier than, let's say, to do something with your bishop either on e1 or with the bishop on b1.
Yes, I do see that they are playing f4. A move like f4 looks very logical, opening up the queen, eventually also opening up the bishop from e1. You can put it on f2. Also, the knight from h1 can eventually join the battle on the f2 square, not only on the g3 square. many questions, and it will of course depend on black strategy as well, yeah, that how black will react.
Interesting that the players are not really checking the central pawns to move. I think in other setups also, those are somehow neglecting. It's more they go to c4 and f4, or starting out with a piece play.
Yeah, what we notice that often they want to open up the diagonal of the bishops as quickly as possible, yeah, and then mostly c4, f4 helps a lot. In this case now also that the queen from g1 gets activated, yeah, they discuss f4, c5. It was also one of my questions, like f4, c5, what kind of imbalance is that? There are so many questions, very tough position.
Well, it's also possible that white goes g3, let's say, and plays queen g2. The queen can be placed quite well there, attacking the b7, though I understand that black will be castling immediately, switching the king and the rook, and then it's already defended.
Well, they are looking at some gambit. Yeah, I think these gambits are usually calculated and analyzed before the game, then we don't see it over the board.
Actually, there are not too many of sacrifices, are there?
Well, Levon did the piece sacrifice yesterday.
Yeah. That was quite amazing.
Of course, Hikaru's second rapid game was completely crazy and wild. There was the gambit. You called it WEISSENHAUS gambit, b5.
Yes. Nakamura's game.
Yes, Nakamura's game, and also Vincent against Gukesh sacrificed the pawn in the
but they are more careful.
Yeah, of course. Well, as we know, they are also quite careful in classical chess as well. Yeah? We don't see the king's gambit so often.
But here they were trying out these kings. I mean, e4, e5, f4. I guess in this position, e4 is not the most obvious. It's not a logical starting move.
My feeling is that this position is a position where I don't really feel that white is better. It's at least very difficult to understand that what white should be doing and how the game should progress, that we immediately have the feeling that white can be better. Of course, it can be very tricky, and maybe we'll be seeing that white will always get an advantage. Just the first move is so difficult to understand what is the best strategy.
Yeah, but it does not seem like some of the other games where the first move came with the tempo.
Exactly.
Those positions, interestingly enough, became quite forced. And here there are a lot of options, but it was also interesting to hear that Magnus's remark that yesterday there was a round where f4 was played. Was it yesterday? Or yesterday
no,
it was knight b3.
Knight b3, yes.
Knight b3. And it is very interesting that when you see the first move played in all 5 games, the same one, it has to be a psychological issue. Because when they look together, it's like nobody wants to be the bad guy, the guy who wants to go differently. If the other one says it's good, probably it's not so bad.
And it looks good.
Yeah. Yes, and it looks good. It doesn't look bad, at least.
Yes.
So it is very interesting how the group psychology is working here also.
Sindarov working alone at the board. This is new, because he's playing against Fabiano, whom he was revealing being his maestro, his inspiration, from whom he was getting all the wise ideas. Very interesting.
Yeah, but maybe he had some analysis with the other group, but maybe he's.
But yeah, Magnus also likes to be alone. Alireza also was saying that all these pre-game discussions are pretty low quality, he was calling it. So he might not be tempted to enter these discussions.
Yeah, they call it that it's a nice socializing part of the event, getting familiar with the position, but more just to feel the other players also in what form, what mood they are.
My feeling is my strategy would be to be socializing, enjoying all the ideas, the discussion, and then go back to my board when the game starts and think for 10 minutes, just to make sure. And we see Magnus getting ready, or he's ready probably already.
Yeah, it is still very interesting for me that how the players feel about being white and being black in freestyle chess, because as we've seen before, there were games like yesterday, the classical game, it was quite bad with black. So Gukash couldn't really do too much.
Yeah,
right?
because he had to play for a win. That was the problem. Yeah, equalizing was possible, but equalizing was not an option for him.
Yeah, but there are positions where the computer says at least that it's like 0-15 immediately or even more in the starting position. So there is a little luck in it also, what you get, what kind of position. But this is quite a messy one, I believe.
Yes, I have already seen that Niklas was moving the pieces. He has some ideas. The games are about to start in 1 minute. And I looked at the computer's evaluation, and you remember I already mentioned to you that to me it feels like I don't know exactly how to get an advantage. I look at the screen, and the computer says that white has a clear advantage. But do you understand this as a human player? I believe not.
So let's see. Let's see the bird's eye view. So Peter, say something about the starting position.
Well, let's wait for the first moves. We need the first moves, and for the moment, the players are still thinking. We haven't got a single first move yet. Any guesses? Any feelings? I have zero feelings, and look at this. Vincent is thinking. Caruana is thinking. Abdusattorov is thinking. Everybody, the Hikaru, they are not sure at all what to play. They discuss for 10 minutes, but it's such a tricky position.
Well, before we see who is playing what, I just want to ask Niklas about that. What do you think? What is the best move? Because people are like so tense right now. Is it so critical already?
Well, I'm not sure if there's one best move. There are different approaches that a computer is showing, but the higher the depth, the more the computer is calculating. Also, it might change its mind, but the top moves are also moves that the players did discuss. So we saw F4 discussed by the players. We saw G4 discussed by the players. Those are definitely one of the top choices. And there's also this move knight b3, which Abdusattorov mentioned briefly, but then was disregarded quite quickly because of c5, which Fabiano mentioned. But apparently after c5, c4, white has some advantage as well. But let's take it back to the bird's eye view, because I wouldn't like to miss the first few moves happening in the games. And here we have it. Caruana is the first to make a move. He goes f4, and this is an excellent choice. But it really shows how difficult the position is that the players were analyzing for 10 minutes, and they did not really reach a conclusion yet. So yesterday we saw immediately all the white players playing knight to b3 in the first move. They were in agreement regarding that first move. But today we see Caruana going f4. But just like Peter said, take these 10 minutes and take all the inspiration and ideas and then still think at the board. And we see another move here by Abdusattorov, I believe.
I want to interrupt because I have the feeling that technology is playing games on us. And now we have to figure out whether f4 was played by Caruana or it was played by Abdusattorov.
Well,
there is some little change, but
soon.
Let's figure out shortly. But it is so incredible that Nakamura and Vincent, both of them, they spend already few minutes thinking about what to play. So is it about there's so much at stake? Is it something about that the players played already how many games? 12 games by now? No, 13 games. This is the 13th game, I believe, or 14th. But they played more than 10 games, already different kind of positions during the last 4 days. So are they getting confused? Are they getting under huge pressure that there are more at stake? What do you think, Peter?
Well, actually, at the board, what I'm having, Nodirbek played the move f4. I think you are right, but we are waiting. So f4, f6 on my screen, this is the Abdusatulov Firuza game. And whenever there is f6 or f3, I immediately feel the Magnus touch. And also you immediately yesterday said, I'm going to go f6 against f4 and then prepare e5. It makes a lot of sense. And then it means that Fabiano did play the move f3, which is a little bit surprising because it's not exactly Fabi style. It's... And Vincent
G4.
G4, the Magnus move. Magnus played G4 last year against Caruana in the final, the game that decided the championship. Very interesting psychological game.
And we have another game also starting with G4, Nakamura as well. So I'm very excited about this. Having G4, of course, it's quite different than in classical chess when I play G4 so many times. But still, I'm quite happy with the white having the queen on G1. It can come out to G2 or G3. Actually, after G4 to play knight G3 is even more powerful. Playing F4. So there is a lot of hope for white, I think, after G4. At least I like it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, G4 is definitely interesting. And also maybe some kind of a surprise, yeah, because then with the black pieces. One thing I find tricky that whenever we look at the new position, we are thinking about what can white do, yeah, and based on these feelings, we are judging the situation. And I was feeling like, because I got confused, what is my first move? I was not even sure that white can fight for an advantage or not. But when there is the first move played by white, then suddenly black is faced with the question, what do I do? Yeah, it's a very tough situation.
Okay, so what do you think? Should we go to a table just to analyze it there and then we come back to the bird's eye view? Let's pick Vincent, 1G4.
Yeah, 1G4.
1G4. I love 1G4.
Yeah, okay, then you love 1G4.
So let's
and how
pick
would you...
Vincent versus Magnus. And we're going to see and pull up the board. So we are going back to the chessboard and let's see and let's analyze 1G4, what it can bring for white, for Vincent, the talented player who is actually played quite successfully and well. He specifically played very well against Ali Reza. He won his both games, or we can say that he agreed to draw in a winning position in the second game, where he had a very difficult time, right?
Yes.
But he showed his resilience and fighting spirit, and he's right here playing with the world #1 and started with G4. So we see in Magnus that he takes it extremely seriously, this moment, this exact moment, because he's so happy that there's so much time, 90 minutes for this game. So he has the time of endless time practically to figure out, to get familiar with the position, to try to understand it. And he always expresses this, how happy he is to play a longer time control in the Fischer random freestyle chess, right? So let's think about it. What are the alternatives for black? What about f5, for example? Is it a logical move, you think? Or black should be castling immediately? Or what else?
Well, what I would like to highlight before we go into more details, that the move G4 was not analyzed very deeply by the players, but it was mentioned. And I think that one of the positions that I catched was that they pushed the pawn to G5, and there was this idea of going H4, G takes H4, F4. This at least appeared on the board. And then the players were not sure, they were taking it back, time was running out. So I don't know exactly how deep they were into it, how serious they were about it, but certainly something that they were considering. I felt like I should mention it. Otherwise, first of all, I'm not entirely sure. It's not Magnus' style to play the symmetrical game. I believe that he would love to find the creative way of dealing with G4. On the other hand, if you want to be lazy, then you normally do the copy copy game. Yeah, then you just go G5 and you tell the opponent, show me the money.
You know what is interesting, and it came to my mind now, that there are many openings in classical chess where you make a waiting move, like in the Rai Lopez you play rook e1 or something, there are different positions, right? You play these moves which will be helpful in the long run, like h3 in the Rai Lopez, or in the Sicilian some king b1, or some general moves, in order to wait for your opponent to go this way or that way, right? So you want to wait until he decides that he goes with the knight to b6 or one side, or he decides that he takes the rook to one side, or he makes a decision that he castles either side, and only after that you make your strategy accordingly. So my question is, how much do you feel that it's in freestyle chess? Is it something that G4 now, the idea is that, okay, I want to see which direction you go, and I'm going to be doing the rest of the things, my next move, according your strategy, what you play.
And I also feel that with G4, first of all, you are taking away F5. You did mention the move F5, and I feel that this is not a move Black wants to play, especially because White played the move G4, inviting F5. So please play the move F5. Let me even analyze it, and to tell why we are a little bit skeptical about it. Then we trade the G-pawn for the F-pawn, we invite Black's rook to come forward, and then we jump with the knight to G3 with a tempo. The rook has to move. White seems to be getting nice development, and this is probably what he's aiming for. So yeah, G4 is kind of a very nice move, and Magnus has made a move. He moved his knight, he activated his knight, played the move knight G6.
Actually, I'm surprised, because now very much it's inviting White to play F4. Don't you think so?
Yeah, and then he wants to play F5. I'm guessing
he doesn't want to play F5, but he has to play F5.
Yes, but there are also some tactical motifs. Yeah, that if you play F4, F5, and then G takes F5, Rook takes F5, and for example, you would.
But I want gambit.
You want.
I don't want to take on F5. I want to play knight G3.
Ah, okay.
Let me sacrifice.
But I just wanted to highlight one thing, that after Rook F5, if you play E3, suddenly a Bishop H5 check would be checkmate. Yeah.
So knight F4.
Yes, knight F4 and all these kind of tactics should work. So I'm very careful. But after F5, you wanted to follow it up with knight G3, sacrificing the pawn, and F take G4 is met by F5. Okay, I will go knight to H4, I believe, if I'm not blundering the piece. And then I will break you with G6.
So if I go queen D4, you go H5, I believe. Though I'm not sure. What do you do on queen D4?
Queen D4, wow, that's a surprise. Yeah, you are trying to hit the pawn like this. Okay, I have different options now. Okay, you mentioned a good move. Let me follow your advice. H5 or some tactics.
Yeah, it's a question.
Very funny position. Yeah. Only the knights are developed, kind of. Yeah, what is this? And the bishop is eyeing that.
I mean,
knight.
can you imagine? I just go knight E6 check, and it's
game over.
I'm
yes.
winning, but it's still kind of far away from there, and it seems like I don't have a good jump, because I was thinking to play knight H5, but then you go knight F5.
F5, yes. Yes, if knight H5, targeting the knight, I will take on F5 with the tempo. So one thing I would like to mention, that Magnus at the beginning of the game after G4 had a heart rate of 96, and for quite some minutes. And I recall last year's event when he was playing the finals, even in the most sharpest position, and when he was about to win, about to become champion, he was not even close to that. Yeah, so it just goes on to show, and that's why I'm highlighting it, that maybe for Magnus the first move or the second move is kind of the highlight of the game. After that, he knows that, okay, I have settled on my strategy. I'm a very strong player. I know what I'm doing. But the real tension comes for him at the very beginning.
Yeah, it's very interesting that how the players can do with the foundation. What is the foundation of this game? This is the big question, right? And basically all the players are blind here, because for them, for everybody, it's new. Though I believe that Magnus and his team, they must be analyzing. And it's not that, but what can they bring? Of course, we can say that it's okay, 959 different kind of setups. You cannot analyze it. You cannot analyze it deep. At the same time, I'm really thinking about it. Is it possible to generalize some things? For example, that the queen on g1 stands much better than if it stands on h1.
I'm pretty sure. I also read a wonderful comment by Peter Heine Nielsen in New in Chess magazine about last year's tournament, and he commentated the game between Magnus and Fabiano, and he went into such depths, and he was describing his feelings also, that how he thinks, what kind of experience he had while preparing for these games, and it was fascinating. And it was last year. So 1 year passed. We know that Magnus is a big ambassador and he's the main initiator behind this whole freestyle chess Grand Slam tour. I can imagine that there are some big works going on. And also we know that Magnus is now not preparing anymore for classical chess. Peter Heine needs a job. Yeah, he loves to analyze. He's a fantastic theoretician. He's a brilliant player. So I can imagine him digging deeper and deeper.
Maybe it's time to ask Nicholas about the fact that what do you think about the move g4? Was it a good option, interesting option, challenging for Magnus, and how is knight g6 as a reply?
Yeah, let's dive into the details here a little bit, Judith. I'm happy to do so. So let's take it back and just consider different starting moves, right? What the players did. So I analyzed a little bit and went into the details. So c4 is one of the moves that the players looked at very early on to open up the bishop. And one interesting detail is here, if black goes c5, the mirroring strategy would not be a good move, because here white can play a very unpleasant bishop e4, hitting the pawn on b7, which is an unprotected pawn in the starting position, always something to note. And now let's say black defends this by going castle, which would, I guess, seem somewhat natural. Now white goes f4, and you see that black is not able to activate this bishop, put it on this diagonal. White has a very strong bishop and already pretty much a winning advantage after 2 moves. So that means that after c4, black would need to play probably, or should probably play this move f5 to stop the bishop coming to e4, and maybe later black can play c5 himself. So I think this move f5 is just, in many lines, it's a critical move and an important move for black to have. And also white could start with f4, it would be also very interesting. Then f5, c4 maybe could go in a similar style. So this is why g4 is played, to take this f5 out of the equation, because as we have seen now, g takes f5, black would just lose a lot of time and white would have better development. So this would be better for white right away. And then you don't want to play g6 to support f5 because it would lock in your knight. So what do you do? And indeed, it would probably have been best to mirror here, going g5 as well. But in general, the black position is a bit difficult to play, I would say. It is definitely a starting position which favors white, because we have these elements where black is not able to mirror due to the pawn on b7, or maybe also some ideas with queen g2 sometimes. So it is not easy, but I think g5 should have been played. Knight g6, honestly, this is quite a risky move by Carlsen, which he played fairly fast, I would say. He took about 6 minutes. Because now after f4, which is immediately the move that I pointed out, Judith, white wants to gain more space and immediately hit this knight on g6. And I'm guessing that it is Carlsen's idea indeed to play f5. But now after g takes f5, I also looked at the pawn sacrifice for a moment. Possible, but taking on f5 is stronger. Take on f5, rook takes f5, and now the move bishop g3 is very important.
But it's the only move, right?
It's the only move, because otherwise you cannot defend this pawn in a good manner. You guys already pointed out the tactics here. Let me just put it on the board as well. This is how quickly things can go wrong in freestyle chess if you don't look out for your king. Knight takes f4 is a beautiful tactic, because e takes f4 would lead to a checkmate in a few moves already. Quite unfortunate here on this diagonal for the king. So this is something to look out for, and this is why I think these pawns will stay where they are for the moment to not weaken these diagonals. But white has a way to protect this pawn, can go bishop g3, develop the bishop, and now I looked at, for example, let's say c6, which makes sense to open the bishop. and attack the pawn once more. White maybe can go c3, attack the rook, and if the rook retreats, white can go f5, and well, this is just better for white here. The knight is not that stable in the center. White has more space for the moment. This is clearly better. So I'm curious what Magnus will play after f4. According to the computer, c5 is a better move in this moment. c5, f5, and knight e5. But I cannot really imagine that this is Carlsen's idea. It does not look very promising, honestly. What do you guys think? Will we see No, we don't see f4. Why not, Peter? Why not f4?
Well, why not? Because maybe Vincent also believes Magnus. Yeah, it was not like Magnus blitzed out knight g6, but he was thinking 6 minutes. And then if you are playing against the war number 1, and we have already seen on which level Magnus is playing the early moves and later the games, so it makes perfect sense to have respect and think like, all right, Magnus is inviting me to play f4. Of course, f5, it looks dangerous. I can even get checkmated. No, thank you very much. I will even immediately be looking at different options. The move knight b3 slows down things. Yeah, but at the same time, it's a very natural kind of development. I only feel like one move g4 on the king side, knight b3, another move on the queen side. How do these moves work together? It's some kind of a mystery, but okay, Vincent, decide on this move.
Well, I want to come back later on this part. What means respecting the opponent and what psychological problems it can cause? Because I think it's a very interesting part. But what do you think? Let's go out on the bird's eye view. Let's see the other games, what's going on with Fabiano, for example.
Absolutely.
Okay, because that's something... let's see, we have 4 games running today only, because yesterday Aronyan and Fedoseev finished their game.
Yeah, but we still have this technical problem, right? That I'm not sure that which game is Fabiano's game against Sindalov. What we see on the screen is not that what I'm having on my screen, on my laptop.
So I think we have the position on the right hand up.
Top right is Caruana against Sindarov.
Top right.
Yes, so the f3. Yes, yeah, because we need that to be fixed. Otherwise,
so maybe we can pick it on our board, and then we can go. We would like to go to the next game, the semi-finalist Caruana Sindarov. Let's pick that position, and let's dive in there. What has happened? Only a few moves. Okay, so right now we are only in move 3 that white is thinking about it, but we have already Fabiano visited the confessional booth. So what do you think about listen that?
I think this is one of the more interesting starting positions we've had so far. And all the games kind of went in a different direction because White's first move was very unclear. When we were discussing before the game, we didn't actually understand like how White should be approaching this position. That's why you saw like Hikaru and Vincent, they went for g4, Noterbeck went for some f4 c3 plan, and then I was just thinking over the board and went for something that we didn't discuss at all, which was to play f3. I just felt like maybe pawn on f4 and f5 is kind of weak because the bishop's on b1 and knight g3 starts to attack it, maybe wins some time to develop. And I think this move g4 that two guys chose, it doesn't look like a good move to me. I didn't really like it when they were suggesting it, and Vincent seemed to think that it was maybe a good option, but I don't know, like it really weakens this diagonal and you take out kingside castling entirely, which I started to think that maybe kingside castling is not, like if I can play knight g3, I win a tempo on the f5 pawn, then at some point maybe my bishop moves, my queen moves, like my queen is developing very quickly, and then I'm ready to castle
to castle short at some point. So it's not so impossible to castle short, and that's why I'm not sure like playing g4 and completely getting rid of this option is the right approach. So I don't know, like Gukesh chose knight b6, I chose knight g6, it's kind of funny. Everyone is choosing a different approach. But I thought maybe the pawn on f3 is a bit better. Because like on f4, I don't know, maybe it's a weakness. And okay, Sindarov chose f5, which is logical. And I play c4, and my idea is maybe to play knight g3 next. If f4, then my knight goes to e4, where it looks very nicely placed. And if otherwise, he has to spend some time to defend the f5 pawn, either g6, let's say. But g6 is a bit of a waste of time, you know. I kind of gain like a bit of a time there. Or bishop g6, but that feels really awkward. Like the bishop. Okay, maybe it's not bad to put the bishop there. It's hard to say, but yeah, this is definitely an interesting one. And hopefully I chose a good approach.
Okay, so we're back. It was very insightful, yes. I must say. Thank you very much, Fabiano, to explain us all the whole position, starting from move one, why he was playing this. This is amazing to see the thinking process of Fabiano. This is how we understand really why Sindarov is so much amazed by Fabiano, which can actually psychologically can be a problem for yes. Sindarov, that he knows, he experienced how well prepared and how well Fabiano can structure things, and also how far in strategy he can be thinking, right? So this is a fantastic thing he said to me. This was something amazing, that g4 I don't think is the best move, because later on I will be not castling on the short side, right? So after f3, I lose the option, and actually it's a very good thing, and my pawn on c4, and if I go knight g3 and f4 knight e4, then my c4 pawn stands well. So it's incredible in what depths Fabiano was explaining and thinking this game. What
actually,
do you think about?
My feeling is that this is maybe the most fascinating starting position that we had throughout the event. And we see the players also not being sure at all how to approach it. There are different strategies. There are so many different thought processes. Yeah, that what do you prioritize? Every single direction has some pros and cons. You are unsure. For example, Fabiano described that if he gets the chance to play knight g3 and against f4 to opt with the knight to e4, something that we have seen with Nicholas together in the Magnus game, if after g4, knight g6, f4, c5, f5, knight e5, and we thought like, wow, the knight on e5 is strange, where Fabi said that he thinks that knight is wonderful, yeah, so it's just super interesting. It's such an intriguing position. I'm loving it.
Yeah, Nicholas, what do you think about the things what Fabiano shared with us?
Yeah, let's maybe go into some depth here. I thought it was quite interesting and surprising to see they discussed for 10 minutes and then actually Caruana not choosing any of the moves they talked about. They talked about c4, they talked about g4, f4, briefly d4, briefly knight b3, but it was none of these moves. It was the move f3. And what Fabi was saying is that he would still like to keep this option open to put his king over here on the king side. This is why he doesn't want to weaken his pawns too much. And also he felt like if he puts a pawn on f4, even though it is protected by the rook, it can be also targeted with this bishop and this knight, and he might lose some time. And it's always a question how to defend this pawn where there's no really obvious way to do so, because we already saw e3 would weaken this diagonal, g3 would limit this knight, bishop g3 looks awkward. So it's always a bit of a question. On the other hand, you could also argue, well, you have your king already on the queen side. You're ready to castle, so why not claim some space on the other side of the board, especially since you have the support of the heavy pieces. And I think this is what the other players, this is the conclusion they came to, and this is why they went for g4 and also f4, because they're saying, I'll just put my king over here and let me grab some space on the other side. So let's see the first two moves. f3. By the way, the computer is not the biggest fan of f3. I mean, it is possible, but there were other better starting moves available for white. Now f5 was a good return by Sindarov. Now we see c4 opening up the bishop, and now very interesting concrete play by Sindarov going knight b6, immediately hitting this pawn on c4, which is attacked by the knight and by the queen. So this is where Kawan is thinking right now, and he should probably advance this pawn.
Yeah, I would like to highlight, Nicholas, yes. Now, for example, the computer says that c5 is the best move.
Yes.
Then black gets that knight on d5, which Fabi was claiming that actually that's a good knight. And then I see computer follows it up with knight g3 and against f4, knight e4. We might be seeing two knights and fantastic kind of symmetry.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Never seen even something close to this.
And honestly, this is the best line probably for both players. And I'm not sure what to make of this. This is definitely, yes, like you say, something very unique, and we might be heading in this direction.
Artistic position.
Yes.
Artistic position. And also what I quite love today is that we get, it feels like we're going to get a lot of different positions, whereas yesterday we had like 3 games heading in the same direction. Then up to the turf, Carlsen was different, and Keimer Fuchsia was different, but it feels like today we're just going to get 4 very different games. And so far I would say decent start for Sindarov, who was able to maybe neutralize the white's first move, f3. Maybe after all not the most critical choice. Judith.
Yeah, it is quite amazing. It is very deep. And I was also wondering after listening Fabiano that when we talk about it, and we see also in the results that Magnus and Fabiano are practically, so far they showed, because last year they played the final as well, right? Not as well, but they played the final, but there is a chance that they will play again. How can we define it? Why is it possible that they are so good? They are clearly better than the others. They play their game, and actually it's pretty convincing all the way through. And could it be that they are having a much deeper strategical thinking, what actually Fabiano just explained, how deep and long-term he's thinking?
Yeah, could easily be, but I felt like it's a little bit scary what you are saying, that Magnus and Fabi, and what about Hikaru? Last year he was not here, but he is the reigning Fischer Random champion. And yes, he might feel like, okay, what happened yesterday because I did not convert my winning positions, but I definitely belong to the same category. However, it's the same generation. Yeah, so I absolutely understand your point that basically these players, these very experienced superstars, they have very big knowledge. Yeah, the youngsters have the energy. They can calculate millions of lines, maybe even faster than the older guard. But of course, the fundamental knowledge, the different structures. Yeah, how many hours did Magnus, Fabi, and Hikaru study the game of chess? And how much the youngsters, you just cannot compare it. And then they know so much more ideas. At the same time, the younger guys are maybe more ready for some fresh stuff. Yeah, because they are not biased that much. So that's what makes it so fascinating. I just feel that Sindarov, like if he had listened to the confessional booth from Fabi, aha, you think that knight g3, f4, knight e4 is a great idea. Let me do that to you. And now Fabi is fighting against his own medicine.
Yeah, this is kind of funny that we can really end up very shortly with the position what Nicholas just showed us and brought up in the analyzing board, that after knight g3 it can be f4, knight c4, right? So it is quite amazing. And at the same time, now my question goes that we listened Fabiano, he said that he don't think that the first move g4 can be so good because it kind of eliminates already the possibility of short castle. If the players will go short castle, what do you think, which king structure will be better? The white king having the pawn on f3, or is it dangerous for black to have the pawn on f5 already? Is it a serious weakness, or doesn't matter?
You know, and I highlighted the pawn on f5 because, yeah, it was possible since Fabi did not go g4. And my big question is, before I answer your question, it was very interesting that what do you think if we would ask Fabi again to go to the confessional booth? Would he still be saying exactly the same thing? So he would say, wait a second, I should have played g4. This f5, knight b6, knight d5 was very annoying. I missed this idea completely. And he goes knight g3. We're going to have that position on the board, f4, knight e4. Fantastic stuff. And about this question that you had, which king where, I don't feel that I'm strong enough or I'm the authority enough to claim which king where would feel more safe. Position is so unique. I'm still lost at it.
Okay, so I ask another way. What do you think about having castle on the queen side, changing king on c1 and rook on d1, after having the pawn on c5?
Yes.
Do you think Fabiano will be thinking about this? Because there are some weaknesses over there.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, f4 is blitzed out. The knight jumps to e4. And please, photographers, take a picture of this position. I want to see it everywhere, especially if black goes c6 here.
C6, I make my picture
yes,
here.
Please.
I have to make my picture of our screen. C6.
This is premiere. This is, I don't know, it should get a special award. I think that the most fascinating starting position after move 5.
Well, maybe we have already move of the day or the position of the day.
Position of the day, yeah. Position of the day for sure. Move of the day, I'm not sure yet, but yeah, it's fantastic. It's really sensational. And knowing, maybe if we would have not hear Fabi saying all this, what he said, we would, yeah, it's very nice, but like this, it's so much more fun and so much more intriguing.
So actually, which... well, it's a funny question, which side you would pick.
I'm in Zugzwang, no? I feel like just don't move anything. We have to keep treasuring this position. And yeah, it will be a big question. How is Fabi thinking about castling to the king side?
But at the same time, we should not forget that at first it sounded very funny that which side would you take? But let's face it, it's a completely different position, looking at it from white and from black.
Yes.
I mean, let's say if I cannot move with the d pawn because knight e3 is there, right? While on the other side, it's e6, then nothing really happens, right? Of course, you don't want to play e6, but at least you don't get check and lose material. So actually, it's not exactly the same because it's not mirror. It's like on mirror on the other side, like it's
Even the world's best chess players need a break from chess just a few hours away from the tournament intensity. The luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort offers the best opportunities for the best chess players in the world to relax away from the freestyle chess games. Every chess player has their own unique way of preparing for a match. While Vincent Keimer enjoys the fresh sea breeze on a stroll along the picturesque Baltic coast, Fabiano Caruana prefers to start his day with a relaxed breakfast at the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort.
Just relaxing here for a long time, like maybe an hour here, just not thinking too much about chess and taking it very slowly, because we don't have to prepare for the game, so it's nice just to not have to worry about anything.
Fabiano's preparation has obviously worked very well. The world number 2 also wins his second quarterfinal match against world champion Gukesh, clear and fast.
Yeah, very happy. The game was basically a symptom of the match situation where he had to win, and the position was not easy to create chances, so he chose a very violent approach, which didn't work out.
Also in the semi-finals, Magnus Carlsen, the greatest of all time, beats Nodirbek Abdusadarov 2-0.
Feels very good. Obviously today's game was a bit longer than it could have been, but I just really wanted to win. And I'm happy I managed to grind it out.
Carlsen will meet Vincent Keimer in his next match. The German was able to prevail against Alireza Firouzja
Yeah, it's one of the toughest tasks you can have in chess, but that's what I'm here for. It's a great opportunity to learn and to fight, and we will see.
Spectacular highlight of the quarterfinals. Freestyle chess shooting star Javikir Sindarov against world number 3 Hikaru Nakamura with heart rates of over 150 and an impressive victory for Sindarov in the tiebreak.
Hikaru Nakamura under 10 seconds. He blundered.
Insane. I don't even know what to say about him. Something's wrong with my brain. It just doesn't work the way it once did.
Everything is set for the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in WEISSENHAUS. Keimer versus Carlsen and Sindarov versus Caruana. Stay tuned.
So we are back again, and we are happy to jump into another game, the other game of the semifinals between Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what has happened after G4. And what do you think, Peter? What do we see here? Do you like it? Just your first impression, intuition. Would you be taking white or black?
Well, first, before chess, I want to go to the heart rates. I'm happy to see this, that actually Magnus is 90. Last year he was 68, 70. I felt like he's unhuman. He's just, no matter what kind of position, he keeps everything under control. Now I feel some tension. And on the other hand, Vincent is staying quite calm. The position is still, of course, also very quiet. Nothing is really happening yet. Magnus, of course, nicely setting up typical Magnus kind of reaction, knight to g6, e5, f6, making sure that he remains very flexible. He hasn't touched the queen side yet. Yes, I do know the black king is on d8, so it might be confusing for inexperienced chess players, but yeah, we call this the queen side. And despite black queen or white queen being on the g file, this is the king side. Magnus very nicely putting this e5, f6 kind of stuff. Judith, what is your feeling, or should we ask Nicholas also that to share some insights? He always knows quite a lot about the positions.
I think this f6 e5 is kind of Magnus kind of setup. We can, or for me, it resembles most Magnus, that he's just going for stability in the center, right? And only after that he wants to come out with his pieces. But I think definitely we will be smarter if we ask Nicholas what you can, or you can share with us some ideas.
Yeah, let's dive into it. So this is the current position. f6 was just played, an excellent move, opening up the queen. And the queen has a lot of scope here on this diagonal. And now it's Vincent's turn again. And probably he should fight for the center some more, because as you can see, black has put a pawn in the center here with e5, is maybe also ready at some point, or maybe even soon, to go d5 and claim more space in the center. So I think this is an important moment to play c4. Let's say c4, black goes c6. I think this makes sense to open the bishop, and maybe in the future one could think about d5 again. And it is quite a difficult position, I think, for both sides still. You need to answer a question where you put your king, you need to do something with the queen, maybe go f3 now. It's quite difficult to find good places for your pieces. Just one detail I want to point out. If you try to go after this pawn with a move like knight a5, then black is always ready to castle and just protect the pawn. So this doesn't really achieve much. But of course, maybe in some positions there can be some tactics related to the pawn on b7. So Vincent's turn. How's the time situation? We have 1 hour 13 against 1 hour 7. Both players have spent a little bit of time, and it seems to me it would be a good choice to play c4 now, open up the bishop, and also have some better control over the center. Peter.
Well, my question is that after c4, for example, if black plays the move bishop f7, targeting that pawn, how are we protecting it? That's one of my questions. And I felt also that Magnus is actually preparing the move d5 and also bishop f7. Both very harmonious moves. So let me just put it on the board. c4, and I'm going to go bishop f7, targeting that pawn. How do we deal with that?
I would go queen g2.
Counter-attack, yeah.
Finally, I'm out with my queen, which I'm not so happy with that placement.
But wait a second. Can I take and then play queen d5, try to get an endgame? Is that an option or not?
Well, actually,
not.
Actually, bishop c4 is possible, but we have an interesting material. And let's listen, the world number one, what he has to say about the beginning of this position.
This starting position feels miles more dangerous for black than any of those we've seen in the last couple of days. I really didn't like my first move, knight g6. The idea was if he follows up with a natural pawn push f4, then I can go from the other side c5, and if he then goes for f5, I get the knight in e5, which is quite a typical theme in freestyle, getting that knight established, and then later on I can go f6, opening up for my queen and so on. But I was really worried after knight g6, what if he goes d4 and taking away that square? I didn't really see anything big. Knight b3, as he played, is also very dangerous for me. I didn't love any of my options there. The one that I chose, e5, looks quite dicey, but if I can get f6, opening up for the queen on the next move, I think if he possible knight jumps can be met with castling, he can attack my pawn again with his queen. But I think I have a couple of decent ways to defend then. But I don't know. It feels like it's a fight for survival now from the very first moves. If I can get, if I have a playable position in 5 moves, I'll be very happy, and I think I'll be in good shape. But honestly, at this point, it doesn't feel certain that I'm gonna, that I'm gonna get there. But we'll see.
Thank you very much for the organizers to setting up the confessional booth, because we get a lot of information. And indeed, what you said, Peter, that this is one of the most interesting and difficult, exciting positions from all what we had until now. Just Magnus said exactly the same thing. And he is quite worrying about his position. He's hoping to survive the next 5 moves, the way that it will be a great battle in the game. But he's very skeptical about this position.
Yes, but I think it was after move 5. I mean, after move e5. So already f6 is one extra move. He survived. And I agree with him that long terms, what he's doing has a lot of potential. Yeah, so in fact, position, how I also feel that whether white really plays very energetically very well right now, and then maybe can get the initiative, or just give Magnus 2-3 moves to stabilize, and then the center will actually tell. Yeah, bishop f7, d5, get long castle in maybe c6, coordinate the pieces, and then you have total control in the center. So like Nicholas highlighted, that probably white has to go for the c4, not allowing black to grab the center with d5. Somehow, white should also somehow probably target the b7 pawn. In this regard also, c4 makes a lot of sense, because you are kind of fighting for the d5 square, and maybe some bishop e4 combined with knight a5. There are many ideas, but as Magnus also said, that I have different ways of dealing with that threat against the b7 pawn. Very, very fascinating stuff. I feel like this position 360 will be very deeply analyzed, and probably it's already analyzed by Peter Heine Nielsen and the other seconds of the players, because this is a very special one.
Well, indeed, and 360 is such a nice number, like you make a full round, right? So maybe we dive in a little bit. I don't know, Nicholas, can we ask you to discover what is actually the biggest danger for black? Why Magnus was complaining so much about his position already so early?
I think in general it's just not easy to figure out where to place your pieces and where to place your king, and there are a lot of concrete lines to be calculated. So I think for both players it's maybe a bit of a fight for survival, because also for white it feels like if you don't occupy the center, then you might just end up in a worse position. And certainly what Peter pointed out after c4, a move that Vincent has to be aware of is bishop f7, and that's probably why he hasn't played c4 yet, because he needs an answer to this move. And actually what the computer suggests here is going knight a5, protecting the pawn, also going after this pawn, but you're putting a knight on the edge of the board. So the question is, what is this knight really going to do there? And now to follow it up quite energetically with a pawn sacrifice f4. And that's difficult. I see Peter leaning back and being like, oh, this is not easy to see. So one point being that if you go knight takes f4, the knight can go to f5, and suddenly there's a very strong fork threatening on e7, and if rook f8, suddenly the queen can be activated, queen c5, and join the attack, knight e7, and now it's crazy.
Knight d6 checkmate.
Knight d6 checkmate, yes, thank you very much. And knight e7 is also there, so d6, and suddenly here white is having an attack out of nowhere. All the pieces are just flowing really nicely, but this is so difficult to evaluate and judge from the current position.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
yes.
After d5, the best move is bishop h1. Is also quite a funny continuation.
d5, just bishop all the way back, keep the tension, and then maybe go c5, c6. Very, very difficult. So we understand why Vincent is taking his time, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go c4, because to judge all of this correctly, and especially to see this potential that you can sacrifice a pawn and activate the queen in this manner is anything from easy, and he has done it. He has played it. He has done it, and well, I really hope that we're going to see something in this direction. Of course, there were also better continuations for black. He does not need to end up in a lost position, but this could become quite sharp. I really hope we're going to see bishop f7, knight a5, and then maybe f4. I mean, Peter, is that possible to see? Difficult, yeah?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Nicholas, for highlighting all these lines. And then we can also combine it with Magnus's thought process. Like, he felt like he needs to survive the next couple of moves. So maybe he's looking into these directions. Of course, he cannot judge all this. And one thing I would like to add to that after c4, bishop f7, knight a5, long castles, the computer said that if you don't play the stunning f4 move, then black is better. Yeah, so actually, it's not easy at all to even think about this direction, but at the same time, if Vincent has already made up his mind to play c4, then after bishop f7, I'm believing that he's looking towards this direction with knight a5, because there is no other good way of protecting the c4 pawn. Somehow the move d2, d3, blocking the bishop, doesn't look attractive at all. Clearly, if Magnus senses the danger, then it would be probably more professional for him to start with a move like c6, getting stability on the queen side, but that will also give white some extra time to settle things. Judith, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm kind of speechless and amazed by the idea Nicholas showed us with f4 after bishop f7, knight a5, castle, and f4.
Let me even put it there.
I'm still just watching it and also thinking about it, that what are the chances that Magnus sees it? And if he sees it, it's always a question in a chess game, I think, that if you see it as you're a great player, would you enter to this position saying, okay, but my opponent will not play that, right? So sometimes, because I experience this, that sometimes if you see too much, you think, you take it for granted that your opponent sees it as well. And of course, this f4 is so deep and so complicated. At the same time, it's extremely tempting. But, you know, in a rapid game, you would just play f4. Oh, knight f5, queen c5. I'm just playing like this. I mean, I would easily do something like this in a rapid game. But when it's a classical game and you have your chances, you play against Magnus, you have all the respect, the computer is not next to you to tell you that, hey, you have an opportunity here, right? Exactly. They don't have this. So the question is whether what Magnus is thinking right now, that can I go bishop f7, but no, I cannot do, because if I get knight a5, which is the most logical move, castle only move, and f4, I'm just dying. I can't survive another 5 moves. So if he thinks this way and he sees something else, then he says, okay, maybe I just castle now. I wait for a move, and I hope that things are not going so fast on a downhill for him. But I think after bishop f7, there are other options also for white to be considered, which can be a plan of Vincent. For example, I would ask you, what about playing knight a5 or bishop e4? After bishop f7, can I plan to play bishop e4?
Well, but then...
Because this bishop is something that the players think about it as it bothers me.
Of course.
I want to do something with it because I don't want to play just d3 protecting the c4 and have my bishop on b1, right?
Okay, if I don't want to calculate anything, I will just react with c6, yeah?
Yes, and then I thought c6. What about I'm playing d3, just the solid way?
Yeah, now that you develop the bishop.
I'm out with my bishop, exactly. I'm happy.
It makes sense. However, after bishop e4, if I'm not lazy and if I'm playing the game, then I will also first calculate the move bishop takes e4. Then, of course, you will go knight a5. And I did not like it, but I felt like, okay, we have to calculate.
We have to check it, yeah. Knight a5 was my idea. Castle would be not a good move.
Thank you for your advice, yes.
Just to clear this situation. So you have to do something. I don't know if you can go bishop a2. I was wondering if bishop a2 is possible or not.
Yes, and then relying on this b3 square.
Yeah, because after bishop b7, bishop b3, and I'm losing material. Or not, but probably. I mean,
yes.
Rook c2 is my only move, which is not fun. Let's put it softly. So I don't take with the bishop. But then what do? I take knight b7.
Okay. I go king e7.
Knight f5.
Ah, sorry, knight f5. No, but king e8, I'm running into knight d6 check, yeah? So that's
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Okay, yes. No, that's why I felt like I want to be lazy. I don't want to take pawns, especially if you sacrifice them. I know you way too good. It's just dangerous territory. Okay, bishop e4.
So you have respect, as
absolutely.
You said Vincent has for Magnus and not playing f4, right?
Yes.
So after c6, I go d3.
d3, yeah.
So
you can
I'm just saying this, that you don't have to necessarily know all the aggressive ideas to play c4 and inviting Magnus to go bishop f7.
I even wanted to ask you guys that now that we know this f4 move, and let's just imagine we don't know it. Yeah, so
it's hard.
Yes, okay, but I don't know. We don't know it.
We press the delete button.
Yes,
we don't know.
We raise everything, so we just go back. Bishop f7, knight a5, long castles, or queenside castles, and now somebody tells you that there is something in the position. Will you think about f4 anyway?
Of course.
You will, yeah,
but
somehow the weakness is the b7 pawn. I don't feel it because a7 is not hanging. Yeah, so what is this f4 when? Yes, I know that you would, but otherwise, personally, I don't know if I would. Because
no, but the reason is I would, because obviously I want to see my knight on f5. And of course, I don't like, I even said it before, that I don't like my queen on g1. So I wanted to go queen g2. But if I would realize that, queen c5 I have, I think f4, I wouldn't know if it's good, but it would come to my mind.
Yeah, somehow this knight d6 checkmate brought me immediately the memories of the Caro-Kann. Yeah, and you can play queen e2 and knight gf6, knight d6 checkmate. I think everyone at the age of 7, 8 was really thrilled by this.
At the same time, so let's analyze a little bit more of this f4, okay? So after f4, why would I take knight takes f4 to give you a tempo to jump to knight f5 and queen c5? What if I take with the pawn on f4? Is it anyway knight f5?
We jump knight f5 for sure.
But okay, at least there is a breathing moment for black.
Okay, breathing moment, but at least I have a lovely knight on f5. This f4 pawn doesn't scare me that much.
So, this is the king's gambit of freestyle.
Kind of. Improved king's gambit, right? It perfectly makes sense because white's rook now on c1 is very much in the game. Bishop e4 can also join the party. Queen c5. This is dangerous. And Magnus is taking his time. He is drinking water. Yeah, he's also calming himself. Look at this. Now he's down to 84. He started with 96. So he is not infected by all this craziness. He wants to stay calm. I'm imagining, I think we will see Magnus going for c6, something like this.
Trying to bring out his pieces from b8 and a8?
Yeah, and just also to stop any kind of bishop e4. It's a prophylactic move. You feel like you get some stability. You also get more access to the d5 square. You control the d5 square and...
But it's not a position he can be happy about. I understand completely why he was complaining that it's very difficult.
Yeah, and he did not like his knight g6 move, yeah, the first move.
Yeah, because, for example, in this position, if the bishop would be on d8 and the king on b8, it would be so different.
Of course, then you are castled. Then
yeah, but also somehow the b7 weakness is a problem. And after castle, the e7 weakness is a problem. So somehow it's kind of very tricky.
But now it's also very interesting. This heart rate is a very interesting situation because Vincent has made his move and his heart rate is climbing because Magnus is thinking. And probably when he opted for c4, and Magnus castled long. Okay, Magnus wants to cover the b7 square as quickly as possible. Okay. And Vincent's heart rate over 100. Very interesting. Okay. Okay, the game is very exciting. It's only move 4. I cannot even believe there had been so much intrigue, so much action, and we are move 4. What's happening? Nicholas, any thoughts, any concrete lines after long castles?
Yeah, it's crazy that we've only seen 4 moves so far. There's so much action. And the castle, we see it, a question mark is attached. Instead, black should have either gone bishop f7, what we looked at in depth, or probably best was to go c6 in this moment, stay flexible with the king for now. And after castle, white has an advantage. But before I dive into the position now, actually, we are having a guest, and it will be perfect to analyze together with this top grandmaster because he feels like a fish in the water in such positions, one of the strongest freestyle chess players in the world. And we're very happy to be joined here by Vladimir Fedoseev. Thank you so much for joining us. We have some exciting positions which we can get into a moment. First of all, what was your experience so far here at WEISSENHAUS? Of course, you hope for something else in the tournament. Just give us a little bit of inside your feelings, you stay here, the games. Yeah, I know it's a lot of questions, but just share your experience a little bit.
First of all, thanks you to invite me to the studio, and I like to join you here, Peter, Judith, and Nicholas. From my personal experience, I believe that if you are experiencing some lowest energy days here in this game, in Fish Random it backfires even more than in classical chess. Like you are not having this kind of protected protected actions position, because you can't use your knowledge just to even achieve some kind of drawish position out of this game, because it's really hard at this moment of time, even for top players, in my opinion. I don't know if you're having any other expressions, but this is the biggest for me out of those 4 tough days of working here at Freestyle Chess.
because it's not possible to rely on opening theory and memorization, just get into a game. You have to think from move one. And you're saying that just one of the days or some of the days you were here, you were not feeling like really good energetically, and that affected your play and impacted you.
I can agree with that, but also I want to mention that as we don't have any kind of opening theory here, those positions are look so complicated. Like how you can achieve anything that will look like playing for 2 results out of this.
You cannot.
I'm not able to foresee such a future from here. So I don't know about others, but this is my expression. And that's why probably I scored like I scored. I won some games, but I lost far more. And it was all because I actually couldn't reach any kind of spots where it would feel safe for me. Like your natural intention, if you notice things are going wrong in classical chess, that you can try to play solidly, yeah, and you know how to do so in a classical chess. And everybody knows, but in this format, you are forced to fight. This is game that forcing players to fight.
You're a player who has fantastic experience in freestyle, in Fischer Random. I saw your match when you qualified online, and you said that you practically played more than 1,000 games probably in freestyle. What is your feeling about it compared to classical chess? Why do you like it so much? Because I have the feeling if you wouldn't like it, you wouldn't play so many games. What attracts you there?
Yeah, when I'm in in good conditions, I do believe those positions are suits my style. Actually, so it's a very creative positions. So you can actually discover a lot of interesting options, and the tens of games are far bigger than at classical chess, because in classical chess so much came to the point that we know a lot, and during any kind of game, in the middle game, in end game, which we reaching out of a classical chess now, we can use our knowledge at any phase of game, and it's actually helps a lot. And here, in fact, you can't really rely on your knowledges, because even if you are reaching some kind of endgames from freestyle chess, and they are looking like normal endgames, it's still freestyle chess endgames. I discovered it so many times, like somehow if you changing a bit the starting position of the pieces, the dynamic is changing a lot. And a lot of things are just at once, they are changing. And as we playing like 959 position technically, because we decided that we are not playing classical position in freestyle chess tournaments, then it means that you are experiencing a totally new world of pieces each day you are playing, each game you are playing, and it makes this game far more complicated. And here I expect actually that players can have like down sticks and up sticks, which in comparison to classical chess will be far higher. So you don't know. Maybe it's just the normal nature of this game. If you are not in shape, you are scoring like -5 out of all event. Yeah.
And with your practice and experience that you have in freestyle chess, is there anything that you can point out that something is clearly better than something else? Like the knights in the corner is the most dangerous, the queen in the corner is dangerous, the king is really awful on d1, or it's more difficult to handle a king on f8. Is there anything that you have experienced and you can say it clearly, or you have and you don't want to tell it to us?
Okay, I do believe that players prepared for this tournament at least a little bit, so they probably like discovered some types of positions, so they know some kind of typical structures that may arise after openings. And in many positions you can play naturally in freestyle. But so far in this event, I never saw even one position that you can play naturally. And you can't achieve this kind of natural position. I desperately tried it yesterday against Levon because once you are not in shape, you actually want to play something that looks much more like a natural kind of classical chess game. So I tried to achieve that kind of position, but he immediately declined and played this amazing piece sacrifice, which completely works. And so you can actually have a lot of takes on this game. Like you can choose for yourself. You can try to get normal positions. You can play for extreme complications. There's many approaches to the game, and so far I saw that players are trying to use all kinds of approaches. Like maybe they are not having their preference so far. They are just testing what suits them, what suits their style for this game. Yeah.
And how difficult it is for you, for example, to switch from a normal classical game to freestyle. So, for example, what would happen if you would play in a tournament every second game classical and every second game freestyle? Is it so easy to switch your mind, or it is really so different?
I believe it's extremely different of nature, and if we will force player to do such a switching, somebody can end up in a hospital real soon. So.
I have good questions.
But I do believe, like, if this game will gain some popularity and in future we will start to play it more, it will be we will be less and less unfamiliar with this game. But at this point, I feel that we are not feeling familiar with this game, and that's why we are struggle even more than probably we should.
Yeah, maybe what do you think? We are inviting you as an expert of freestyle to analyze a little about his position. A few moves ago, he basically went to the confessional booth and explained that he would be so happy to be 5 moves away from here and surviving.
So today, I think for the first time, it was...
we can take it from the top.
Double corner knight's position.
That's right, yes, indeed.
So double corners knight, and also worth to mention those bishops are awful. It's very, very hard to get them to the game. Yeah.
So that's something that you pay attention to.
So I actually like Vincent's concept here to play g4, c4 and trying to control as much light squares in the center as possible and delaying developing of bishop on e1. Also, those queens are, in my opinion, sometimes it's better to have them in the corner even. So g1 and g8 maybe one of the worst positions for queens as well. Yeah. I don't know what Peter thinks about it, but yeah, maybe he will agree with it. Yeah. And in the game after knight b3, Magnus, it was funny decision by Magnus. He didn't want to play anything on queen side, and he went e5, which means he allows knight c5 or knight a5, and he is ready to meet it with b6, knight b7 and king e7. So he creates this kind of
castle.
He can castle it also.
That's an important detail, yes.
We shouldn't forget about the rules.
But even b6, I don't know what is better actually. Maybe b6, knight b7, king e7. I don't know.
Maybe you can get away with that too, yes.
If I can get away with it, I will capture this knight eventually.
Yes, but then Judith is coming with knight g3, knight f5.
Knight g3 and knight f5, yeah.
Might be dangerous.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Yeah.
And a3.
Yes, a3 bishop a2, yeah.
But maybe d5, knight f5, king d7, then king c6, king d7. I don't know.
Very greedy.
Yes. So sometimes such things works in freestyle. So it actually another topical discussion, in my opinion. Like if we compare tactical possibilities in this game and in classical chess, I do believe here it's far more tactical possibilities and motives we never experienced.
For sure, yes.
So it makes game tricky. Okay, f6, c4.
Nicholas, can you just show Vladimir this position and to us that there is a good move for white? Please, can you come up with something?
Yeah, we looked
let's check it.
We looked at bishop f7 here, which makes sense to hit the pawn on c4.
Yeah.
Now knight f5 is the move we analyze, and now castle.
And now, what do you think about this position?
Apparently, according to computer, white has a good move here.
Wow.
What do you think about this? I said that I would not be capable of finding it.
So it's difficult. Okay. Actually, I saw it. I saw it on computer evaluation. F4 is the move.
Yes, and what do you think about it?
How difficult is to find it?
Like it's probably difficult for players like me and Peter, but for example, for my friend Shahriar Mamedjarov, it's probably
or Judith,
yes.
Next to me, she was trying.
So for some players, it's very difficult concept. For some, extremely simple, actually. In my opinion,
Because Judith was screaming it out. Of course, F4, natural,
Yeah, because I know some players, they think you can't sacrifice material at any point. And some people think like you can sacrifice everything in this game. So it's completely different approaches, For me and Peter, it's maybe, F4 is not so easy,
But this did not happen.
But it's funny, I think, like this F4 move, it shows how rich this game can be,
No, this is a very rich position, and Magnus played castle, which was a mistake, objectively. And now d4 was played. I'm not sure about this move. What is your impression? We have not checked with any computer or anything. It's completely fresh to us as well.
So we are not checking with computers?
No, right now we're just checking with you.
Okay.
Otherwise, we are checking with computers because of you not.
We can check afterwards, after we did
I actually expect him to play like bishop e4, d3, bishop b4, something natural.
I thought it's set up bishop e4, d3.
Bishop e4, yes.
And I thought it's like natural setup. If he castled long, our rook on c1, bishop on e4 is well placed. We are playing naturally. Why we need so dramatic tension in the center after d4? But you can play like this as well, maybe. It can turn to be a mistake, but it also can turn to be extremely good move. So I don't know.
Vincent spent some 15 or 20 minutes before going for d4, so he was really thinking deeply.
Is his idea to go f4 now, maybe? Or
I think he wants to like completely dominate the board in the center. This is what he's trying to do.
But f4, c5.
Or even f3. Why do we need f4? f4, c5, But even f3 we can play and then capture this queen.
Oh, but we see knight b6.
Wow.
Yes.
He's pouring oil into the fire, it feels like.
No, but now, after g5, he is having any tactical shots?
He wants to sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns.
It might be dangerous.
Well, you can take and then queen d5.
Queen d5 and knight g2, it doesn't work fully completely, but even after bishop f7, bishop f7, it's just playable,
It's a very tricky. Queen b5, d5, c6, and you just play.
Of course, there might be evaluation like +3 by Angel, but we will never understand it. It's difficult. I don't know. It might be okay, but I don't think he wants to make such a decision in this game. So what he will do after d5?
What about bishop e4?
Bishop e4? No, instead of d5, you're saying?
Yeah.
It's also possible. Bishop b4, not e4.
No, I wanted bishop e4.
Bishop e4 is well possible, like bishop b7, rook c4 idea.
I have my tricks.
But
of course.
Pretty transparent ones.
No, but then you're allowing like d5, c6, in my opinion. And
but
he sort of developed.
But I thought after d5 I can go Bishop f5 and c5.
Bishop d7, c5, knight c4.
Let's all
I don't know. This is complicated.
Yeah, let's slow down for our viewers. Yes.
Yeah, also no, but knight c4, bishop b7 is possible, or rook c4 first.
Yeah,
Rook c4 first.
Yeah.
I just showed
So
this.
after d5, I go bishop f5,
Bishop d7,
c5.
knight c4, and
C6.
c6. Yes, yeah. This,
I
don't
just
know.
play C6
I don't
and
know.
after
No,
that
no,
I
no, no.
think.
Let me think. Maybe bishop f5 is better. I'm not sure. Yeah.
You want to run with the king to a8?
Yes, and just play knight e7, run with king to a8. I don't see any kind of
Okay, we have another move, guys.
checkmating pattern.
D5.
D5 on the board.
D5
yes.
on the
Yeah,
board.
but after d5, I can't actually. I don't know if there is other possibilities than
Then
sacrifice this
sacrifice,
knight.
yes.
What is
I think he almost
Okay,
committed to
C6,
sacrifice.
E4 or something, isn't this just
Or
huge
bishop before,
advantage?
even bishop
Or
before.
yeah.
Anything is possible. Bishop before is always a huge pain for black. So I think he committed to knight c4 here.
He's committed.
Knight c4, knight d5. Which one we prefer?
Well,
I believe knight c4.
Yes, then you cannot castle
Then he
anymore
can't
also.
castle long.
Exactly.
And for
Yes, but
him to
D6.
castle short,
But it's
Wow, this is
Ooh.
shocking. This is shocking.
so he
D6.
just gives away all the
What the
space.
b8 bishop, look at that.
No, this looks bad for black, doesn't it?
This is look awful, yeah.
This is the
It's
worst
not a Magnus
position.
move.
Yeah, Magnus ever had in freestyle.
I'm agree
in
with
classical
this.
portion.
Yeah, after opening.
I'm curious what the computer will say the moment when we
No,
turn
but I actually like Vincent's position a lot now.
Yeah, now,
I
now
think
D4 makes so
Vincent
much
achieved
sense.
everything he wanted.
Yes.
He can play his bishop from a1 to a5, for example, b4, anywhere. Bishop f5 always possible. To open queen with f3. Any move is possible and playable, and black will
Well,
have
you
to
can-
deal with this bishop from b8. So maybe he prepared c6, bishop c7, or even c5 is his suggestion. So maybe his plan is to go c5 and to close position completely.
But still looks bad.
But then it will be some strange Nimzo Indian, yeah? With the bishop on b8, white
maybe white
has
can go
no
for B4
fold
at some point.
structure.
But then it's like, at least this position will be very, very playable and for a long game. Like if he plays c5 and we are not punishing him with d takes c6, then he's like getting fully to the game. Maybe in worse position, but playable, yeah. c5, if he plays like bishop c7, bishop d7, a6, I don't know. This is playable. So maybe his idea is to go c5. Yeah.
Wow, I'm shocked.
I mean, still, we definitely take white here. What do you think is the evaluation here for white?
I would pick something around +1 already.
Yeah, +1, yeah, for sure.
All right, let's
I
see.
think
the truth.
1.5.
1.5.
Even more. Wow.
1.25 for white.
After f3, yeah, f3 is the most natural move, yeah.
F3 is natural.
Yeah. We protect everything, we opening our queen.
And if black was already not sacrificing the piece the move before, it means
But,
that he's not planning to sacrifice the piece anymore.
But why he went knight b6 then after d4? Is d4 is such a cool move?
No,
I
knight
don't
b6
think
was a
so. He
mistake.
should just capture. on
He should
d4.
capture, yes.
But he didn't like bishop before here.
Maybe.
And he didn't found respond probably. But
Or also with
anything is,
F4 he didn't like.
but anything is possible. Engine shows even d6 is possible. So
Yeah, I mean, there are.
what
there are
he
a lot of
didn't like after
considerations.
d4, e4, I don't know.
I
We
think
need to ask
F4, I guess.
The position.
I think
The
F4.
position he didn't like.
But who likes those positions?
No, but I think it's a real frustration for Magnus to fill this pieces on the 8th rank all the way, and
Yeah.
he has to fight with himself
Yeah,
a lot to be able to make
Yeah.
moves here.
Yeah, I'm agree with that. Yesterday I had all my pieces on the first rank and I was a piece up and it turned out to be completely equal position, according to Anson. Yeah. And yeah, I can. Yeah,
Bishop D3, yeah.
Bishop D3 is better move.
This is what I was thinking, but
Yeah.
knight f4, I was not
Yeah,
sure
knight
that.
F5.
Why is it so much better?
This is a big
Knight f5
tempo.
tempo.
Rook F7 only move, yeah. And then Queen H1.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, this is the point.
Yeah,
How
this
could we
is the
have missed
point.
this?
Yeah. Yes, you can easily miss this from the distance.
That's a nice.
Still C6 and Queen D5, Knight D5. I'm playing this endgame.
But would you rather take this?
In Blitz game, in the Blitz game, it's very playable. Yeah. It's super playable in Blitz, but not.
Vincent actually played Bishop F5 check. It's a very solid move.
He just wants to trade the bishops.
Yeah, and then he plays on bishop d7, he plays f3.
F3, yeah.
Or even like maybe
Even
knight
if you're
a5.
in your wildest dream, I don't think you can imagine that you have such a position against Magnus.
Yes. And also, Vincent
But I
is a
had better
d4
position
player.
against Magnus in this tournament after move 9.
But
much better.
Yes, yes.
In rapid first, yeah.
Yeah. But also, I feel like because Vincent is a d4, f3 blitzed out d4 player who likes this kind of stuff. He has experience with this structure. The only extra moment is that White has this knight on b3 instead of c3, which is kind of the natural square. But the knight from b3 going knight a5, supporting this queenside push, makes it even more attractive for White.
But yeah, I still think bishop f5, bishop d7 exchange of moves is really unnecessary. So Vincent probably
You don't want to trade pieces, yeah?
should have taken more 30 seconds, and he would realize, okay, f3, if he plays natural move, I can all the time go with bishop f5 if I want. Yeah. So
It didn't run away, that's true.
it's never
Yeah, but
hard,
the point is that Vincent already invested 45 minutes for the first 5 moves.
Yeah, so
he needs
should,
to speed up at
yeah,
some point. Yes.
he should speed up, yeah. But also, like, if he would take, like, maybe more 20 seconds, he would have played f3 instead of bishop f5. This is actually what makes this game really tricky.
When to spend time, yes?
spend time and how to spend time. Like time management in freestyle chess in classical portion, to me was extremely difficult against Levon, and I think he played much better because he had experience at more games in classical format.
I also
freestyle.
remember Levon last year playing brilliant chess here. Once the knockout started, he was struggling in the rapid portion.
Yes,
yeah,
but
then
he is
there
far
was,
better in classical.
Yes, in
I
classical,
saw it.
yeah.
He is far better in classical.
One of the very best. Yeah, really fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, it was your first time playing freestyle chess classical, probably.
Yeah, and it's pity I played only 2 games. I actually thought it would be anyhow I would play like 6 games here if I will have a decent tournament. Yeah, but I didn't because somebody shouldn't.
Exactly. Yeah, 10 fantastic players. Yeah.
Yeah, 10 fantastic players. You can't actually guarantee that you will qualify. Like, nobody have such guarantee. I saw Magnus struggling at first day, and I thought, okay, if he continue to play at the same level, he can also be
eliminated.
or playing those matches to avoid elimination that we suggested the day before.
Yes.
So I was really thinking this way. So it's not. There is no guarantee for anybody because it's a challenging game, and it challenged players so hard, in my opinion, like nothing else.
Yeah, I feel also during this interview, now that you are here and we are discussing, that you have tremendous respect for this game, yeah, for the richness and all this craziness that we are witnessing. It's so nice to hear.
But I also think we probably, like, as a race, we still underdeveloped for this game. So this is the other point. Like, I think it's a challenging game and with a great nature, but are we ready for it? I'm not sure. Yeah.
This is maybe just the beginning.
I thought I'm ready, like I'm playing it well usually, but here I discovered that playing against all best players of the world at the same time in this game, it might be extremely painful if something goes wrong. So I don't know if we are actually ready for it. This is a hard discussion topic, in my opinion. Are we ready for it or not?
I feel like Judith is ready. really, I feel that you are learning so much and you have brilliant suggestions. Your brain works exactly with all this, all the tactics, everything, the nuances.
Thank you, Peter. For me, it's like a newborn, you know. I mean, 30 years ago with Fischer, I was discussing when he wanted to polish it the way should be the real Fischer and freestyle. Mm-hmm. And after that, for 30 years, nothing. And then here I am and trying to learn some kind of patterns. I'm trying to figure out where the king is placed. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it more familiar to a classical game or less? Or how the pawns are coming out? It seems like, for example, what is your way of thinking about pawn structures? is it obvious that you bring out some pawns first, or you prioritize your pieces, or can you make a prioritization generally?
This is also a great discussion, Judith. Thank you to enter this topic. I believe that the process of making those kind of prioritizations in Fischer random is more difficult than in classical chess. But you're also absolutely forced to do this because we don't know any other way how to handle it. Yeah? And so Magnus said bishop a7, king b8, knight c8 idea to exchange the bishop.
But okay, yeah, bishop f2, e4, c5.
Yeah, okay. For example, bishop f2, bishop a7. I think you're having like two moves in your pocket. If you are not using time, he plays king b8, knight c8. He's fine. Yeah.
I have the feeling that this game, this position, number 360,
yes,
will be engraved in our head. That if somebody, when there is a lottery again, you say, no, I don't want to play 360. It's going to be a nightmare.
But
it will hunt you for a long time if you have to play 360 with black.
Yeah, but I personally would bend all position I played here.
Okay. But there are still
I didn't
many
like
left.
any. Yeah, I didn't like any here. Like I remember during qualification process, I saw position and I thought, okay, I like it. I like this position. And it repeats again and again. And here was completely opposite.
But I also have one kind of feeling that I was always saying this. I had this feeling that you have to make freestyle chess your friend. Yeah, and if you have a good starter tournament, you get positive emotions and everything, then your pieces, no matter where the pieces are, yes, of course, great, I'm loving it and so on. And if things go badly, yeah, then you think like, oh my God, again, this problem, and you can be very negative. Yeah, and these emotions can actually play a very big role that how you process, how happy you are, how you treat then also these pieces.
I'm completely agree with this take on this game, Peter, and we discussed it with Hikaru, and he also completely agrees to this. Like he said me that he had some different experience in freestyle formats because, worth to mention, elite players played it during the Sinquefield Cup. They had competitions in freestyle. They played 25 plus 10 games, which is, in my opinion, like 25 plus 10, if I need to pick any kind of controls from rapid chess that eventually will lead to the game, that will look a bit like a classical games, it would be 25 plus 10. I think in 25 plus 10 it's pretty much a decent level of play by strong players in any format. So, and with his experience, he mentioned that if you are playing freestyle chess and things goes negatively, then you usually continue to struggle, in a negative way. Yeah.
Well, there is a special moment now. We looked all the action between the young star Vincent and Magnus, and now we have a confessional booth in video from Magnus. So let's see together what he has to say about his suffering in this position.
I feel like the worst is kind of over for me here. I think I'm playing some weird kind of London as white, where my bishop, that's usually on h2, is now going to be on a7, which is kind of protecting my king in a reasonable way. I have some tricks also with knight f4 later on. For instance, if he tries to push his pawn going after my knight, I think I have some interesting, maybe some interesting ways of attacking a piece. Otherwise, I can play king b8 and then knight c8. When he trades off my bishop, and he will have a very big space advantage, but also no obvious way to find out where to put his king. So I think he's maybe a little bit better still, but I kind of like my practical chances now.
Wow, very interesting.
Well, it's very interesting what Magnus was saying. Actually, he says that he thinks he's over with the worst part. So he came out of this really bad thing, and he will play knight f4, he will play bishop a7, king b8. Of course, there is a great space advantage for white, but it's not so easy to convert. So it seemed like that he feels much better, much more comfortable than after just few moves after the start. So he's ready to suffer for some time.
I don't think he is seeing this as a suffering. Because
he's looking for chances also.
But now he set the clear plan, bishop a7, king b8, and so on. So I do believe now it's Vincent to take time. Also, we can notice Vincent is already down by 15 minutes, which is a lot in a classical format like this, when we playing 90 plus 30. So I do believe if things continue this way, if he plays like bishop a7, king b8, he will play it all moves immediately. His position is so bad that he doesn't have any other moves, yeah? And the hard part of it for white, to actually come up with idea how to maintain advantage. I'm not speaking about increasing it, but how to maintain any kind of advantage and sort of giving a ball to another side. So, for example, if he plays like bishop f2, bishop a7, then knight f4 always in there. So he needs actually to check lots of things. So yeah, computer evaluation is plus 1.17, but with only move, which is bishop takes g6. Yes. How easy is to find it? It's not easy at all.
It will probably never cross anybody's mind, this bishop.
No, it will cross because it creates tactical threats, but it's so difficult to play on board. Like, it's far easier to come up with this idea, but to play it on board, it's harder, yeah. Knight c3 only move. Like, not only, but the only idea. Bishop e8 is.
Oh, bishop e8.
Or g7. It's not obvious why white is having such a big advantage here. At least to me. I don't know about others, but...
Okay, guys, what do you think before we let you go, we would like to know your opinion about the other game also, between Fabiano and Sinderov. What do you think about the performance of Sinderov in this event?
It's extremely amazing how he handles freestyle tension so far. I think by quality of play he is one of the best in the tournament, maybe, still. And despite he was losing to Hikaru in all those games, it felt like he somehow managed to fry Hikaru's brain. And it was so unnatural how his match against Hikaru went, in my opinion. It's extremely unnatural. I couldn't imagine such things happens to Hikaru. Like, if he's not converting such positions, I never saw this from him. Like, it feels to me like he was, I don't know, hypnotized or something. I don't know.
Well, it started from the point that Sinderov was choosing to play against Hikaru, where many people were criticizing him or did not understand his choice. What do you think about his choice when he picked to play against Nakamura? Because basically it seemed to be the most difficult challenge for him.
I think he probably saw Gukesh and Abdusattorov as the most difficult, because I think those young guys, they are not having a lot of respect to the old veterans of game. They don't have any kind of respect. So it's our job to teach them somehow, but
too late.
It seems they're teaching us how to play this game again. Yeah, so it's not going our way. I saw many veterans struggling in the modern chess, and I do believe he just naturally thought, like, okay, Gukesh and Abdusattorov are young guys. I'm afraid of playing them. They are from my generation. It's tense psychologically, and Hikaru, it's just exciting to play against him, and he is also older than me, and then I have this advantage of being the youngest.
Maybe I can trick him, yeah? Normally Hikaru was tricking the whole world all the time, yeah?
And
no, but it's so rare that Hikaru actually gave those games like all his chances in time scrambles.
Yeah,
I never saw somebody dominates against Hikaru in the portions of games where we are reaching time scrambles, because he is probably by far the most experienced player in the world in time scrambles. So I'm just amazed with this. It's something as rare happens as possible. I never saw it. So
but maybe we come back to the
impressive,
point
yeah.
what you started with.
Yes.
Energy is very important, and when you're 19, rising star, first time or very first time to play with such a players, maybe they have much more energy to play than, for example, Nakamura, who is there for decades.
Maybe, but also Hikaru is well trained sportively, in my opinion, and he is able to maintain his routine, which is to most of the people in the world would not be able to maintain such routine like Hikaru. He is doing those recaps each day. He is always in time for any kind of social discussions. Everywhere he attended in time, I believe he does a lot of sports recently, and he is doing it now. So I don't know if he's in the mid-30s and why he should be so low on energy to not be able to do things he does for whole his career, to perform well under such pressures with seconds. I don't know. It's questionable in my opinion.
So let's dive in the position, because it's also kind of funny where the pieces are located. First sight, it seems we go from the scratch
just
from the beginning.
recap for Vladimir. I don't know how much you saw.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, and here finally, can we explain for the whole rapid portion? And from my experience to analyzing with Fabi, he always suggested this development, b3 and knight to c2 in all positions. And suddenly here, for the first time, it's actually first line by engine to play here b3 and to develop knight to c2.
Okay.
But he was tempted by this idea of playing c5 and get this kind of mess on board, knight e4.
Yeah, what you are thinking when seeing this? I felt like this is, you have to take a picture, you have to put it in Louvre Museum, or
no, it's directly to Kunstkamera. No,
exactly.
It's not to Louvre. Yeah, this is awful. Yeah, this is no, I never saw such a
but very special.
Such a picture in any kind of chess.
Chess, yes.
Yeah. Those knights, e4, d5. Yeah. Yeah, I was impressed actually. Queen e6 first line by engine. How you are goes queen e6 after queen d4, because all other moves are natural as well, like bishop g6. But he is inviting actually. Fabiano could capture queen g7 here. This leads to complication. Rook g8, queen h7, bishop e5, long castle, and rook g2. I briefly checked it before entering the studio. Long castle and rook g2. And this is actually zeros and super complicated. So queen e6 basically saying, I'm inviting you to capture.
Showing a lot of confidence.
Yes, it's extreme confidence, queen e6. Yeah. So queen a4 actually also first line by engine. Queen a4 is amazing move. And then it's sort of equal, and they developed naturally. So it's interesting, they are now reaching some kind of natural position after this kind of opening.
Well,
natural, yeah?
Natural, yes.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Compared to previously, yeah?
Okay, imagine if knight goes to c2, d4, and this knight develops to f7, we get some normal structure soon, then it's kind of normal. Or
so
yeah. Well, when I look at this position, my first thought is that I have the feeling that Sindarov is doing very well.
Yeah,
that Black has solved all the problems. And we did hear this before, that Sindarov was praising Fabi, that he is learning so much from him. He's helping him so much in the pre-game analysis. And there we have it. Sindarov on his own, outplaying, outsmarting Fabiano. It's fantastic. It's just sensational stuff from him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is your impression on this position?
In my opinion, it's too early to say he's outsmarting anybody because I actually don't know if it's not weak. Knight still remains on h8, so yeah, you can play knight f7, but this knight is coming to d4. You need to decide you are playing c5 or not. Some knight g5 is always in the air. This structure with pawn on f4 and bishop on b8, I'm completely not sure what is going on. And also worth to mention, once he will play like knight c2, he can then play like a3, bishop a2 as well. Or like getting his knight over c4 or b5 if we're playing c5. So I can see how white will improve their position and what kind of plan Fabiano can have in mind. But what is Sindarov doing? I don't know.
Well, we simply imagine it's Sindarov. He will find the way. He already impressed us enough.
Yeah, he's always finding a way, in those positions. So probably he will find it again, but
it's a complex.
Yeah, for me it would be hard. Like I would invest lots of time. I think in my current shape I would really struggle here. Knight f7, knight f2. Let's check a little bit with the computer because
Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
it's really interesting. Yeah, so your evaluation is actually all right, but I think it's in terms of playability, it's more playable for white. Like it's easier to play with white now.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, my feelings are always like this, that if I think that black kind of equalized, I feel like he's the moral winner, because with white, unclear position, okay, you can always get unclear position, but with black that you are more or less okay, and you know that you are fine, and yes, it's complex, it's complicated, then I would always choose black psychologically.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just a psychological advantage. Wow, 99.7 accuracy.
That is crazy high.
In the fish random.
That is ridiculously
How
high.
are you able to navigate so good?
That's amazing. But also Fabi 98.5. I mean, very high quality.
Yeah, it's so impressive, but it's imaginable. But 99.7 is something.
And Vladimir, that we heard Fabiano
really impressive,
saying that he played the move f3 and why he did not like g4, that he thinks that he might want to go short castle, want to castle to the king side.
He wanted
already
to
on move one.
Yes.
And then it happens.
Yeah,
so he's following a strategy.
This is setting of castle to a different side trap is actually famous in freestyle, and I once tricked in a very important match to qualify for knockout stage of 2019 World Fischer Random Championship, because it was called by FIDE Fischer Random, not freestyle yet. So I tricked Grigory Aparin in this way. I said that I will castle to the short. I will make a short castle, so I will castle to the king side in a decisive moment, and this will turn his eyes completely. Like he will understand that his position is just not playing as it used to. And I did it somewhere on move 26. So keeping castling to king side or queen side as an option is usually a smart strategy. And sometimes commitment to castle to each side is not a great option as well. So it's also one of the things that are really tricky in Fischer Random, and I do believe you discovered it when you discussed it with Bobby. Yeah.
Well, there were many questions he thought about. There was also an option in the very beginning whether should we have the first 8 moves placing the 8 pieces, So that was also kind of an idea. Should it be that you place it and you put your own piece one by one and the opponent as well? Should it be symmetrical? And how does the castling work?
In fact, I remember that in '93, when in Budapest in the Spring Festival, I played the first Fischer Random tournament, and we were setting up the pieces, and that was also one of the thrill, that I have my strategy, I want my pieces like this or like that.
Yeah, that's how we used to play friendly games in this game. Like we are setting piece one after another, but sometimes you can set not only one piece but 4. Like you can make a placement for a king, for example, to g8, and it will at some point force to to rook be on h8, bishop to be on f8, and the last piece to be on e8. So you can sometimes choose the structure completely. So this is also one of the mind games during those friendly games in Fischer Random. Yeah, but that's how we used to play them. Yeah, and I'm still using this method. Yeah.
When did you play your first Fischer Random or freestyle this way?
I do believe we had some tournament in a club I was attending when I was young in Peterhof. We had a freestyle or Fischer Random chess tournament here, so I played it at the ages of 12, something like this. Yeah, but it didn't went my way because I do believe this game suits now only a top professionals of the world, but it would be so it can be like exhausting and annoying for most of the chess professionals and also for most of the chess lovers. So maybe it's all to them if they want to experience it. If they like it, they can experience. But I do believe it's actually now great game for elite players, but not for a mass of people. I don't know if you having any other take on it, but I would like to know it.
Well, actually, I feel like covering the games, going deeper and deeper into it. Every day we are fascinated with new challenges, new positions. I really hope that actually we are kind of a bridge with our professional stream to help club players, 1800, 19 players, 2000 players, to get involved and get the feeling that I want to try Fischer Random, I want to try freestyle chess because this is interesting and we are learning so much. I have seen and I have tested Judith already here yesterday. Okay, she's rapidly improving already. Her openings are on the highest level here. It's so nice to see, and I'm very hopeful that other people are also catching our enthusiasm and they will be more and more into it because it would be a lovely development.
Yeah, I'm completely agree with this take. Yeah.
Okay, I think we will let you go. Thank you very much for being here with us, and you shared your experience, your knowledge, your thoughts. I think it was very insightful for all of us, not only for our viewers, but to me definitely. And I wish you good luck in your upcoming events, whether it's classical or freestyle.
Thank you, Nicholas, Peter and Judith as well. It was a nice conversation here with you. I think we did great brainstorming over the last 1 hour. And I wish you all the best and huge discoveries in those analyses, because you completely forced to do analysis here of this game. Yeah. And I do believe it's great for our viewers to have you in the studio. So I really appreciate your work, and I want to say goodbye to everybody, to our viewers and you as well, and see you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And now we are going to go back to bird's eye view. And well, this is not exactly the bird's eye view, but I think we'll go there, so we can pick what we want to pick. So right now, let's see what we have.
Well, Magnus got his knight to f4, Vincent trade on d7, put his pawn to e4. This also gave Magnus the chance to jump in with knight f4, which he mentioned, that I will always have some knight f4, the knight will be powerful there. It's kind of a questionable situation that why did Vincent let this happen? On the other hand, he might have felt, okay, I want to get clarity. I finally made up my mind, I put that pawn on e4, I will handle that knight on f4, no problem. But this knight on f4 threatening to jump to d3 against any kind of bishop f2, there might be also some knight h3 idea hitting the queen and the bishop. I feel like Magnus is kind of happy. I also feel like he's walking. I do see a jacket there, but not Magnus at the board. usually it's a sign that a player is kind of happy, relieved, walking around, I have my plan, and leave his opponent there to think. Very intriguing position. We see the Everbar still says that white is better. It looks nice, of course, if white can stabilize, but for the moment, Magnus is hoping to get serious counterplay.
So maybe what do you think about going into the Vincent game? Let's pick that position and let's have a little look. And before we go in and dive into this exact position that the bishops were exchanged and we try to understand all the ins and outs, I think it's interesting to see what Vincent has to say about this match before the start of this match. After he won, he qualified 2 words forward to the semifinals. Let's see him.
I'm here with Vincent Keimer, who's just defeated Alireza Firouzja in the quarterfinals of the tournament here in WEISSENHAUS. Vincent, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? What did you make of today's encounter?
Yeah, it was up and down. I mean, in the opening, I got myself into completely unnecessary trouble. At least from a practical point of view, like I thought knight b5 was kind of smart in order to, after a6 have to take on b6 and get knight c3 back, but I simply cannot do both at the same time. And my idea was to go back, take, and for some reason I forgot that he has this square on a4, which was incredibly annoying because he will follow it up with b5 rest in the game and will suddenly get an attack, and it's very hard for me to get any kind of counterplay. And also what I did is certainly not something I was really proud or happy about. It was just, okay, I'm not losing on the spot, and then I was kind of structurally and dynamically worse, but he was trying to win the game directly with this c5, c4 idea. And I think that kind of turned out to be his problem, that he was trying to win by force, and I couldn't really find the forcing win, and that's also then how he kind of lost his advantage, I think.
Yeah, was there ever one moment where you kind of sensed you were back in it, or did you just feel momentum-wise things were turning, he was losing his way? I mean, it must have been scary. The attack looked very scary for you, as you said, but it felt like he just... Yeah, something was off with Alireza, that killer instinct.
Yeah, no, like after c4 knight d2, I was kind of worried that there might be some great move here, after which black is just somewhere between much better and winning. And then when he played b4 knight b1, this is like the turning point here. He has to show something immediate, or otherwise I will be kind of fine. And I'm pretty sure that bc and knight takes b2 can't be the real problem, because after rook f1, this knight on b2 kind of doesn't do much anymore.
It's trapped.
Yeah. So I think there he has to find something. The weird thing is that also I didn't have any like very clear follow-up after c4 knight d2, so I even considered moves like king h8 or something like that to be interesting, simply because on all these forcing knights after b4, very often this diagonal actually becomes quite important.
Yeah, his king would have been weak. And okay, you've made it to the semi-finals. I mean, did you have a goal of winning this event beforehand, or are you just taking the games one by one as they come?
Yeah, I have to take the games one by one. There's too many strong players here so that you can actually say, okay, this is the minimum goal. Of course, it would have been like kind of unpleasant to drop out before the quarterfinals, and then facing Alireza. Okay, it's great to win the match, and now it's not getting easier.
No, and I guess you know your opponent for the semi-finals?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, once you start winning the match, you will have to face him at some point usually, yeah? I mean, it's very unlikely that Magnus drops out by himself, so yeah, it will of course be a tough match, but I'm looking forward to that, and I felt that in general my shape compared to the first rapid days has been quite good. Like today again a bit shaky, but the game yesterday I felt was quite nice. And yeah, a lot can happen here. I mean, we're as it's called freestyle chess, it's much less stability for all of us, which means that always you have to be fully focused, and many things can change very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you had a great match against Magnus in the World Cup a couple of years ago. Does that give you confidence heading into tomorrow?
Difficult to say, because that match mostly was good because he had he went for blunders, which usually happen maximum once a year for him, and it happened two times in one match. So I don't really expect him to do that again.
Sure.
And that's why I don't think it's very easy to draw any conclusions from that match for here. Also because we play a different time control, or we play freestyle instead of classical. I also developed as a player. He changed his approach to everything. So
yeah.
I believe it's completely different. It's a completely new match, and yeah, I'll just fight.
Yeah. Have you been preparing specifically in any way for freestyle chess, looking at any positions, looking at any kind of themes, patterns, or just kind of turning up and Feeling fresh?
I have, but only little.
Okay.
I mean, I was also coming pretty much directly from Weigandsee.
Oh yeah,
and,
busy guy.
It's not really, doesn't really make sense to spend too much energy on these positions. Of course, it is useful to know some ideas, but yeah, that's about it, I think.
Vincent, congratulations, winning the quarterfinals against Alireza, and best of luck against Magnus tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
So let's find out what Vincent has come up with since we left the position, because it is a very interesting position. He got a good opening game, which was quite frustrating for Magnus. After that, maybe he could have been more energetically posing even more problems to Magnus. But right now, as in the confessional booth, Magnus pointed out not long time ago, he's kind of happy already that he's out of the big dangers, and it's going to be not easy for White to progress, even though White has a great space advantage. It is kind of a very interesting position, because I don't even know to which opening we can make similarities. I mean, we have a very close pawn structure, and probably it will stay that way for a long time. Obviously, we would all pick White. I think that's no question. At the same time, the b8 bishop is something what is could cause problems for Black, though if I ask you the question, the b8 bishop, does it stand good? If not, where you could imagine another place where it would? What would you say?
Well, actually, I'm very happy with this bishop on b8, because it goes to a7, it goes to this diagonal. The king will protect the bishop with king b8. I will be setting up pressure against the queen on g1. And if White could bring his bishop to e3, I feel like then this whole bishop a6 would do nothing. But at the moment, this is the problem that I'm seeing with White, that bishop f2 runs into knight d3, knight h3. Yeah? The two ideas that I highlighted, both leading to fork. I believe it could be a good idea for Black to trade that knight. It's a powerful knight, but the dark squares are very important. Of course, clearly the bishop, if it would be on d4 cemented, it would be fantastic. Honestly, I'm worried for Vincent, because the computer says that White is better. He had a much better position before with 15 minutes on the clock. Then he was speeding up. He gave this bishop f5 check f3. I was thinking like, okay, he knows what he's doing. Ever since he took on d7, played e4, and he's thinking again, the whole direction signals me like he doesn't know what to do with the position. At the same time, Magnus already revealed then that he's kind of happy. Since then, his position improved, so he's even more happy. He sees that Vincent is going under 25 minutes soon on the clock. Still a very rich position, a lot to play for. I believe that right now already Magnus is playing for a win.
Wow. This is your conclusion. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to pose you a question for our audience, because of course we are not here only just to have fun ourselves, but we want the audience also to learn and experience a nice journey. King c2, what a move. Look at that.
Yeah, he's trying to get the king to b1, also to control the d3 square, but do you have time to go for it? I'm a little bit skeptical, because all this bishop a7, king b8, many tricks will happen.
Well, what about the pawn?
Well, what about that?
Ah, wow, the pawn is hanging.
Yes,
wow.
But the idea is to go king b1. Did anybody blunder something?
No, but I thought like it's impossible to take the pawn.
It is possible to take this pawn, yes.
It's possible? Wow, so king b1 and then what?
Okay, let's figure out. Hold on.
Yes.
Without computer,
Exactly.
without help of Nicholas, try to think. Is it knight h3? And the queen has no space?
Oh, wow, knight h3, and then with queen g2, knight f4, you can force a draw? Is that it? Yeah, queen g2, you can fall back with the knight, and queen c2 runs into knight e3 fork.
So the question is king c2 a draw for?
Well,
hidden draw.
I told you that I start to worry, so I'm okay with the draw. Yeah, king c2, knight x3 king b1, please Magnus repeat, but he won't be repeating.
Okay, Peter, you're the coach of Vincent, so you're always worried about him.
Well, not 4 or 5 moves ago. 4 or 5 moves ago, the life was fun, nice, the sun was shining and everything, but ever since all these things happened, with a6 and Vincent showing sign of confusion, ever since I started to worry, yes.
But I think we have to get this information properly from Nicholas. What do you think? Knight c4 is possible to capture with the idea that black will have no trouble because with the two knights he can jump around and save himself, or it's not possible to take on c4? This is crucial.
Let's take a look. I also just saw briefly that the computer suggested knight takes c4, but the more you go into the details, the more it becomes tricky. And actually, Carlsen decided quickly to not take on c4 and plays the best move, bishop a7. I just want to show this nonetheless. So knight takes c4, king b1, hitting the knight. The knight doesn't have a lot of squares. You obviously don't want to go b5. That would weaken your king a lot. And white could play something like knight a5, has a great attack and great compensation for the pawn. And you cannot go back because the rook is pinning the pawn on c7. But there is this amazing resource with knight h3, and the queen does not have a lot of squares. So if you go to g2, then knight f4, and you always have to watch out for forks on d3 and e3 here in this position. But in fact, what white can do is go queen h1, knight e3, and now play the move bishop d2, sacrificing an exchange. So now black should play bishop a7, protecting the knight in this manner. If you take on f1, the queen takes, hitting the knight on h3. And after knight f4, suddenly white is starting again a very powerful attack with moves like knight a5, queen b4, and so on and so forth. Maybe let's see a few more moves here. It's actually...
Wow, it's knight takes b7, queen c6 check.
Ah, that is a key detail here that you can take. Play queen c6, hit the rook, and black cannot go king c8, queen a8, checkmate. So you're going to regain the material and you have a very nice position. Yeah, I'm wondering if this was Vincent's plan all along. Either case, bishop a7 was played quickly by Carlsen, and we have bishop d2 on the board, a good move. And if you solve your entanglement right now and you can play king b1 without being hit by a fork or any problem, then maybe eventually you can go c5, put the bishop on e3. I think it's move to move right now and might lead to a good position for white.
Once the bishop gets to e3, I'm super calm. Yeah, bishop on e3, and then I can enjoy the game. Well, the king c2 then is a very intriguing and very interesting move. Also, it explains why Vincent was taking time. It was very complicated. Wow.
Yeah, I think this will be very interesting and important, how Vincent will be able to manage his time, because he's quite significantly behind in time. And we should not forget and remind ourselves and our viewers that the players get only that time what you see on the side of the board. So black has 42 minutes, white has 24, and by making every single move, the players get an extra additional 30 seconds. And now white has a great space advantage.
And the body language, Vincent was drinking water. Good sign, he settled. I played king c2, bishop d2, I deserve some water. I refresh myself and I'm getting ready for the next
So his basic idea is what we mentioned, to go bishop from e1 to d2 and e3, because he could not play from f2, because of course that was the most logical one, but because of knight h3 it was not possible. So he has to make and reach the e3 square with the detour. And it seems like he's just in time. So after black's plan, if he's continuing by playing king b8, defending the bishop and making space for the knight, then bishop e3 can be played. And black's knight can only go back to c8, and then already a simplification, exchanging the bishops. But then there are new opportunities will arise for white, extremely strong c5 break. At the same time, I want to ask you, Peter, we have a beautiful knight on f4 for black. Why is it not strong enough? Because some people may think, what an outpost for the knight on f4.
I think it's a wonderful knight on f4. It's a good knight. It was causing white also the trouble. Yeah, that's why it was so difficult to coordinate forces. But on the other hand, it's the only good piece in black's possession. That's the problem. Yeah, imagine that he would already have a more active queen or something. Things could be, he would be in time to play king b8 and rook c8 and then maybe some c6 being energetic. But it seems like white being time to stabilize everything, and then he should have the advantage. The knight on f4 will limit the damage. Yeah, I think that thanks to the knight on f4, Magnus will always have practical chances in the game, but it will not change the evaluation that actually white is in control.
I mean, it's interesting that the computer is not giving too much of a problem for black, doesn't give much advantage for white, even though I don't understand why. Why is it not a huge advantage? Why isn't it a huge practical advantage? Tell me.
Well, I think I do see some computer lines, but it's more fair if we give the floor to Nicholas and he can highlight all the finesses, because I think there are quite some crazy ideas from black's perspective. The big question for me is it possible humanly to think about those moves? Nicholas, please tell us all the finesses.
No, I 100% agree with you, Jude. If you look at this position and you're just thinking about, okay, what is white going to do? White is going to play bishop e3, bring the king back to b1, maybe play rook fd1, then play c5, open the c file against the black king. You have a huge space advantage. You can put your pieces forward. I'm just going to make some moves to illustrate. Let's say something like this, bishop e3, all right. Let's say black goes for the piece trade here, and I'll go rook d1 to cover the d3 square. Let's say black plays some kind of move.
Okay, g6.
G6 makes sense. And now already, okay, let me even play king b1 first. Black again plays some kind of move, and we go c5, and the play is flowing quite naturally. And here already you see now it is a big advantage for white. So black really has to use this time that white still needs to improve his position and prepare this pawn break c5 to get some counterplay going on the other side of the board. So what the computer wants to see here is, first of all, go king b8, yes, that makes sense. Now bishop e3, and then start playing on the other side of the board going h5. Trying to get some counterplay. So now there's h4, there's hx g4 in the air, so you have to take this pawn. Now black can go f5, and this is very crucial because here white is not able to take with the knight on f5 because once again, as Peter highlighted, the most important minor piece here in the position, or most important piece that is causing some trouble, the knight on f4 can deliver a fork on e2 and winning the exchange. So white cannot take with the knight on f5, but you also don't want to take with the pawn. That would just leave you with a really bad pawn structure. So then you maybe can go king b1 here, but at least black is getting some counterplay, and he needs to look for these chances, because if play just continues naturally and black doesn't do anything, then yes, Judith, white will take over very soon.
Well, I'm watching your explanation here, and I'm still thinking that, I mean, I'm saying it now, that if in this position, if I wouldn't win, I would be really unhappy.
With white.
With white, you know. I'm not a d4 player, and this is completely a structure of a d4 kind of classical chess, right? This closed pawn structure. But this is exactly the typical position where on the highest level, if I would have something like this with black, I mean, all these other guys, top guys, Vichy and Aranyan and all these guys, come on, how you can play such a position with black? You have no counter chance at all. It's just a matter of time that they eat you up.
Yes, but now it's also very interesting that Magnus goes for a very direct knight h3, yes? So he kind of signaled that I'm not happy with my position. I understand exactly that if things are not changing, then I'm going to suffer. However, Vincent has this way of going queen g2, hitting the knight jumps back to f4, then queen f2, and once you kick the queen with knight h3, then already the queen can maybe go to e2, then knight f4 is the question, how do I progress? Maybe I will have to take on f4. That's a big and tough question. It might be the only way to continue the game.
There is also a question I have, that can white sacrifice a pawn? So after knight h3, not to go to e2, but to go, let's say, to d2 or e1. And after knight captures on c4, to capture on a7, put my king in safety on b1, bring my queen on e3, and then just push a4, knight b5, double the c file my rooks. I mean, I just see dangers for black.
Yes, absolutely. It's dangerous.
And you know what? I don't believe it that Magnus is not suffering here. How can you not suffer in this position?
Well, he's suffering. He's happy because he played the move knight h3. He's basically asking for repetition. and now it's in Vincent's hand. Basically, he already played queen f2 instead of queen g1, yeah? So he could have repeated. And it also makes a lot of sense maybe to repeat in order to get the 30 seconds. On the other hand, he might feel like, wait a second, I'm very happy with this, that my queen is getting activated. And I'm not exactly sure how Magnus, because it's not a direct repetition. He's not forcing the repetition. Then what is he intending? Nicholas, any very special motives that we have to keep an eye on?
Well, there's once again this move h5, which is possible, and this is a source of counterplay for black in many of these lines. So here g takes h5, maybe not now f5, because here you could take on f5, since with the queen on f2 there's no more fork on e2. But maybe instead queen h7 to try and recapture with the knight on h5, or also maybe set up some exchange sacrifice along this diagonal, preparing f5 once again. So it seems that Magnus wanted to lure the queen to f2, which, by the way, also again makes it impossible to go king b1 because of knight d3. So white will need to play one more preparatory move, but we have another one, h5 played.
On the board.
So just to finish this thought, what you pointed out, if black tried to continue repeating moves, then white could play queen to e2, and now after knight f4 I have the pawn protected on c4, so I can take on f4 and play the knight to f5. I have this one protected, and these knights, they have some beautiful squares here to land on, and this would be clearly better for white. This is not what Magnus wanted, and he goes h5. And this is what we've been talking about. Black needs to use the time while white still has some moves to make to consolidate fully to get some counterplay going, and the game is heating up, Judith.
Yes, I fully agree that h5 had to be played, looking for counter chances, right, on the king side. Because otherwise, if black allows everything, all the positional moves and stabilization of his king on b1, defending against knight d3 and preparing the c5, then basically black is just crushed. So time element of this game is very important on the chessboard, so that black can pose some concrete problems and counter chances on the king side. And of course, the other thing is the time itself, that Magnus has quite a significant advantage in time. And it will be very important for Vincent to understand that how he has to react. I hope for him that he's not completely surprised. It doesn't come as a full surprise for him, this h5 idea, because then it's pretty difficult to figure out and adjust his mindset accordingly. So this is a very exciting moment right now. What do you think about going out to bird's eye view and look at the other two games? What's going on there until Vincent is thinking?
Yeah, definitely. I would just like to highlight one idea that comes to my mind. To play, maybe close the eyes on the king side, not to react to h5 at all. Go rook fd1, prepare king b1 anyway, spoiling the structure. Of course, black will have tons of counterplay on the king side, but then rook fd1, king b1, and going for the energetic c4, c5 idea, even hiding the king all the way on a1, because I'm expecting some queen h7, so there will be this diagonal against c5, always knight b takes d5 idea. So hiding the king to a1, maybe against queen h3, I will even give the pawn on g4, but go c5 for an attack. I think those are the thoughts that Vincent is thinking about. We will be coming back to that game. What else do we have?
Well, I can just say you're spot on, Peter. Rook fd1 is the best move, and exactly as you said. So we'll see if Vincent goes for that.
Okay, it's confirmed. Okay, good.
Well, it's a nice critical moment.
Very critical, yes.
Vincent is tested now by Magnus, whether he can feel that it's so critical that he has to be going rook fd1, as you mentioned, and focus very much on the possibility of breakthrough with c5. What's going on between Abdusattorov and Firuza in that game?
Well, if we just look at the evil bar, it seems like white is clearly better. I'm trying to look at the position, and if I look at the position, it basically confirms what the engine is telling us, that white is better. I don't know exactly, is it such a big advantage, but it looks good. Yeah, the bishop is very powerful on f5. the pawn structure. The good news for black, the only positive that I see is this g5 square, so that black will be able to put that knight on g5. I don't know how much it does, but it gives some stability, protects the king. Could be a very good idea to get a quick look at it. And by the way, in Hikaru's position, there is a pawn on e7 from white side. The evil bar says like, okay, don't worry, don't get excited, everything is under control, but humanly we are always excited if we see that.
So what do you think picking Abdusattorov-Firuza game first, just to take a look how it's unfolded? Because
we haven't seen it at all.
We haven't seen it at all because we had the priority of the semi-final, but now let's go to Firuza's game. Let's take a look a little bit this game, which, to tell you the truth, seems to be almost as if it would be a classical chess. There is only some little hint that it was a little different because there's this b2 and d2 pawn.
Yeah,
so
if the d2 pawn would be on d4, it would already feel like maybe even King's Gambit.
Well, maybe even that, but that is a little hint that probably we had a freestyle position, because otherwise only if the knight would capture on the c1. But then if it would be captured, then possibly there wouldn't be castle option.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Okay, but still, generally speaking, we have kind of a regular position. And it seems at first that white has a very healthy active position. On knight on a5 can also bother black's position on b7. So what do we think about this?
Well, looks good for white, but since we missed out on all the action before, I think it would be best to give the floor to Niklas so that he can guide us through quickly what really happened before, and then we can take a closer look at the current position.
Yeah, let's just do a quick replay from the top. So Abdusattorov opened the game with f4. And we see as the response was f6. Now the knights were developed, knight b3, knight b6, c3, c6. So far, so good. And here, Firuza, similar to what Magnus was saying, was developed a knight to g6, brought it out. But it seems that was a bit of a step in the wrong direction here. Maybe castle or bishop f7 would have been better. So knight g6, f5. Knight 4, knight f4, knight g3. And yeah, the knight is not that stable here as we have seen it in the other games, or especially in the Caruana Sindarov game on e5. It's making a rather vulnerable impression here on f4. e5 was played, f takes e6, knight takes e6, and now knight f5. Bishop g6, bishop to f2. Both sides are developing their bishops. Now white is occupying the center, quite logical. Queen f7, rook de1, putting the rooks here behind the pawns. Castle, and now g4. Immediately saying, well, if you put your king right there, then I'm ready to push my pawns forward, and this is what Abdusattorov does, and he is much better. Black should have not castle in this direction, maybe rather castle in the other direction, where the king would feel much safer. So white has a clear advantage here. d5 was played, takes on d5, knight takes. Now the bishops were traded, queen takes, and there's some holes also in the black position. Knight d6 is a threat, so rook cd8. And maybe already here white could have gone for this idea of knight a5, also threatening to take on b7. Instead h4 was played, rook e8. The bishop was forced to be traded on f5 against the knight. Now the bishop is landing there. Rook e7 and now knight a5. We just saw this position, and finally Firuza decided on rook de8. He just had to deal with the threat. Knight takes b7, deflecting the rook from defending the knight on e6. White is clearly better, but still it feels like black has a somewhat stable and solid position, Peter.
Yeah, and white just played the move knight c4, heading towards the d6 square. Yeah, that's basically a very nice route. Yeah, this knight is very powerful. It jumped to a5, threatened the pawn on b7. Now he's setting up some double ideas with knight d6. The same idea with knight takes b7 will also come. And also the fork is a threat. How is black reacting? Probably the knight from e6 has to move somewhere in order to trade the rooks. Is there a good move? I was highlighting that knight g5 is always a good square because white has already pushed the pawn to h5, but I'm not sure if black is in time to play that. Any concrete lines, Nicholas, here?
Yeah, this is actually a very critical moment, black, and this is why Firouzja took a lot of time, I believe, before playing rook d8, because here this threat is quite strong, knight to d6, the fork against the queen and the rook. So, and if you play, let's say, a move like knight g5, then there's knight d6. You can trade all the rooks on the e-file, but you still have the problem of your king, and the queen is controlling the e-file now. And, well, the pawn on b7, that is a huge issue. So if you play queen e7, then the queens are traded, and in the end you're just going to lose this pawn, you're going to lose this endgame. So a key move, and I think, yes, it was already played. Firouzja obviously had to calculate this before, is the move knight ef4. You cannot take this knight anyway because of rook takes e1. You also cannot trade on e7 first and then take this knight, very key variation because of queen e1 check, trading the queens, and then after rook takes king c2, knight, you just collect the rook on f4 and you're up in exchange and winning with black.
Yeah, and in such positions, of course, small details count a lot. As we mentioned, if the pawn would be on d4, it would be a little bit different. Actually, this exact line would not work, right?
Because the king could attack
because the
rook.
king could go king d2 and attack the rook. So knight f4 is a very nice tactical idea, saving move for the moment. Even though it seems like white still has a great position after knight d6, black is still in danger, right?
Yeah, if we follow the same line that we just saw with the knight on g5, then we see the key difference that after rook takes e1, rook takes. Now black can go queen e7, because now if you go into this endgame with queen takes and knight takes, now if you take on b7, then suddenly I can take on f5 and I can take on h5. I also win a pawn, and most importantly, I definitely have a lot of counterplay now with a passed pawn on the edge of the board, which, as they say, these kind of pawns on the edge of the board are the knight's worst enemy. So white should not go into something like this, but would need to play another move, for example, bishop d7 here, and definitely keep some advantage. But I think we will be heading in this direction, and Abdusatov will try to put pressure in the endgame, Peter.
Yeah, it looks good for him, but clearly this rook d8 and knight ef4 idea was a fantastic defense by Alireza. This is the Alireza we want to see, and we love to see. He's looking around, he's kind of happy. He's proud of himself. Do you guys see what I did? Yes, we see and we appreciate. If he goes on to save this game, so far I would call it the move of the day, because it really has such an... I believe that if black would have not found this rook d8, knight ef4 idea, he would have just lost the game. So it has a huge impact. We have to wait, of course. Sometimes in such moment, I'm even scared of what I'm saying, that do we only appreciate this if he saves the game? Isn't the move itself enough to be called the move of the day? This is the world we are living, unfortunately, that the result matters a lot. Heart rate for Abdusatov 110. Firouzja today is much calmer than yesterday, under 100.
Yes, and the players here, they are playing for prizes and the Grand Prix points between 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place, because they got eliminated yesterday, so they were not able to move on to the semifinals. What do you think, going to the bird's eye view, and then probably let's see our fourth game, which is running in today's round, day 5. And let's move to Nakamura Gukesh.
Yes.
Because I think on the other two games, a lot of things happening. We'll go back there.
Well, actually, just to highlight that Vincent did play Rook FD1 a lot, H take G4, F take G4. Magnus played Knight C8. So Magnus going on the defense, but he will rely on this powerful Knight on F4 for counterplay. I believe the action will heat up there pretty soon. That gives us a good chance not to catch up with all the action that is featured in the Hikaru Gukesh game. After all, Hikaru versus Gukesh, the 18 years old world champion, and the pawn on E7. What do we make of this?
So let's focus in for the game Nakamura Gukesh, and then when we have the bigger board, then we can analyze a little bit what is really going on and what's happening between Nakamura and Gukesh. Nakamura is looking out. So let's take a look on the position, what is standing right now. It's an end game, but as Fedosiev, we had a great guest and experienced freestyle player. He said that even when you get an end game in freestyle, it's not exactly the same as we are used to, the classical players, because it is different and somehow it's not the one we're used to, because there are some trademarks of it which will make a difference. So maybe I ask Nicholas, can we go back from the start and get familiar with the game, how it all started and how we got here?
Absolutely. Let's take a look from the top. Nakamura with the white pieces against Gukesh with the black pieces. Just like Vincent, he opened the game with G4. Now Knight B6 was played and F4 claiming more space. F5. G takes F5, Rook takes F5, C3, Rook F8, and immediately going for even more space. And this is, I think, also an idea that Nakamura mentioned, that you want to play against this knight. And I think this is why he went for F5, even though here, after G6, the white advantage is not so great. Maybe he should have played another move like castle or knight B3. Let's see the game. F5, G6, now knight B3 was played, bishop F7, bishop H4, trade on F5, and this is how the queens were traded quite early in this game, already in the 8th move. Bishop takes F5, and we see the pawn structure is quite symmetrical, but white has a small lead in development, so a bit of an initiative. Knight to G6, bishop G5, C5, opening up the bishop, knight to G3, all the minor pieces are being developed. Bishop takes G3, giving up this bishop, takes G3, and bishop E6, very concrete play, as we know from Gukesh here, trying to exploit this pin along the F-file. White goes G4 to cover to protect the bishop on F5 once more, knight E5, threatening now to take this pawn on G4, so king C2, protecting the rook. This all makes a lot of sense. Rook G8, both players, I think, are handling this phase quite well, but maybe here now Gukesh lost a little bit the path. He could have taken on G4 or also play knight BC4, and apparently positions around equal, of course still complicated. However, after bishop takes F5, G takes F5, slowly white is getting a bit of an advantage, and we're also going to understand how the pawn ended up on E7 now, because after F6, black didn't really want to take and allow white to activate the rook, so instead he went king D7, F takes E7 and knight D5. Because he's saying, I can collect this pawn at any time, but still, you have to spend some time, and it's not so simple. Rook F5 was played, Rook G7, and now Rook H1. excuse me, is this the current position?
That's
We're
it,
at
yeah.
rook h1. This is the current position, yes. And knight takes e7 was my analysis because I was wondering, all right, what happens if black takes this pawn, which he certainly wants to take. And I think the idea of Nakamura is to go rook h5. And this is the big problem for black in this position. This pawn on h7 is quite weak and probably will fall in a lot of lines when then white has a 5 against 4 majority and definitely some winning chances. So Nakamura is better in this position, but Gukesh definitely still has chance to hold.
Well, I would like to start with this question mark that I would remove it immediately because rook h1 was a very powerful move. By the way, it was the second line of computer, yeah? So it probably just indicates that there was some super move which Hikaru might have missed, but maybe not.
Yeah.
Rook h1 is good. This is some default, and it's nice to see the AI also making mistakes. Yeah, we cannot rely on their expertise fully. Yeah, some rook f8 maybe, but rook f8, rook e8, and so what? You're gonna lose the e7 pawn no matter what. I do also feel like Gukesh had already a pawn on g7 in his game against Caruana, which Caruana kind of kept it there. He did not capture. Now he allowed Hikaru's pawn on e7 that, okay, I will take care of it later, but Hikaru is targeting the pawn on h7. It's a lot of suffering for black.
Well, it looks like that it's going to be a very difficult endgame for Gukesh, who is actually struggling in the whole tournament because he did not win a single game so far. I still hope that he is going to be able to recover and win a nice victory, because it's always nice, even if you have a bad tournament, then at least to show for yourself and for the world that you can play some great game. But for now, he has been struggling in the freestyle chess for the moment, but he's very focused.
I think it's also the same that we discussed, and Vladimir agreed, and he also said that Hikaru mentioned it, that you need freestyle to be your friend. And if you start winning games, then you feel the energy, you feel like, yes, no matter what kind of challenge, I'm ready for it, it will work out, because there is so much uncertainty, yeah, that if things are not going your way, you will always be pessimistic. Yeah? And we did discuss with Gukesh, I met him, that I told him that, yeah, all he needs is just one win, somehow win, even if it's lucky, whatever, then your inner feelings will be automatically balanced, and then the wins are coming. And I do remember last year he was also suffering. Then he lost the first game against Vincent with the white pieces. Then Vincent gave him a chance. He bounced back and then knocked Vincent out. So it was also about winning the first game, and then he already started to play much, much more confidently.
Yeah, those are very important psychologically also, that you don't lose your self-confidence. Interesting move, b6 on the board. I have the feeling that it is actually prophylactical for later stage, that the c5 pawn had to be protected, which sounds maybe funny at first, but if we think about it, that it could be rook f8 kind of line, knight e7, maybe, actually instead of rook h1, I think that's
Yes.
that was an option. If white goes rook f8, knight e7, rook c8 takes, and then bishop f6.
Take
Rook
with
moves
what?
away, whatever. I just
okay.
want to show that
Yes,
the
yes.
c5 pawn can be under attack. Bishop f6, taking on e5 and knight c5 check.
Yes.
So this is probably the reason why after rook h1, Gukesh played b6. So in a later stage, the c5 will be not hanging whenever something similar will happen.
Yeah, and it's very important, because actually white's only problem is the knight on b3. It's an ugly piece. If you can bring it into the game with some nice tactic, hitting the c5 pawn, then it's of course fantastic for white. b6 had to be played. But I believe he will lose the pawn on h7, and we might be seeing some 5 versus 4 rook knight versus rook knight endgame, which is a total nightmare.
It's not going to be enjoyable for sure for black, but still we have to see how Nakamura will be able to simplify the position that way, that the h7 pawn will fall off. But it's...
So if rook h5, then, and Hikaru goes directly
E4.
with e4, hitting the knight on d5, inviting knight takes e7. Okay, what do we make of that?
But this is a big question to me. Why is it good to force? And now rook h5.
Rook h5, yeah. So maybe rook h5, knight f4 was some kind of an issue.
Yeah. Now bishop f6 is a serious threat also. But of course bishop e7 is also a threat. So it's a big question. In what circumstances black can defend? What about knight g8 for the moment?
Yes, maybe it's the best
I'm
move.
not so proud of this move, but at the same time, I still want to defend my pawn. I don't want to give up so easily. So after knight g8, bishop f6 is taken away, right? So where the white bishop can move in order to somehow to win the h7. Because if white moves away bishop e1, first of all, it's a very bad place for the bishop. Secondly, black can go knight f6. The e4 pawn
knight
can
f3,
be
but also knight f6.
knight
yes, with
f3, but
tempo.
also h6 maybe if
Yeah,
something
many
really goes
possibilities.
wrong.
Yeah. No, knight g8 is a super important resource, and I'm pretty much sure that Gukesh will play it quickly. It makes perfect sense.
Well,
Somehow also it gives harmony for black.
by elimination, you can go there very
Yes.
fast, right?
Exactly. So when you look at this position, we see that bishop takes e7 and bishop f6 and already knight g8 played with big pleasure. Hikaru plays bishop g5. Okay, that's a clever move. Yeah, there was this square, yeah? So rook h7 is a big threat. How do
So
we
what about king
protect?
c6? I move away from the 7th rank, so you cannot take on h7 because the g5
Yes.
bishop is under attack.
But with king c6, you're also running into some kind of...
d4, yeah?
I know,
Yes. Yes.
I know. The board is not big enough again for my pieces. I understand. But after d4, I can go maybe knight f3.
Yeah, also after d4, my king gets weak. Yeah, automatically you get counterplay.
And then if you push d5, I don't go back to the 7th
Then
rank. I go
b5.
king b5.
Of course, with
course.
such happiness, and you start to play for a win.
Of course.
Yes.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know I'm happy to move away to b5.
Yes, so in any case, black had to play the move knight g8, maybe just to ask Nicholas for a second of the objective evaluation. By the way, king c6 had been played, and then we'll be heading back to Magnus's game.
Yes, so Gukesh has really found some key defensive moves here, starting with b6. This was a very important move, and just as Judith pointed out, this is why probably the computer attached a question mark to this move. You could have gone for rook f8 and exploit the weakness of the pawn on c5 in some lines. So b6 was key to defend this pawn on c5, also keep this knight out of the game, and now e4 was played, which was probably not best because you're also weakening the pawn a little bit on e4. It can be sometimes targeted by the rook. So the computer wants to see maybe rook h3, preparing bishop g3, which is admittedly quite difficult. So let's see how Nakamura played. e4, knight takes, rook h5 and knight g8. Great move, covering f6, preparing h6, further stabilizing the black position. Bishop g5 and king c6, once again the best move. So we could just put Judith there and she would also do quite well, finding all the best moves here. And yes, at this point the position is actually equal and Nakamura has lost his advantage. So let's see how this develops. It might be once again a long game for Nakamura, and I would say let's head back to the bird's eye view, directly to Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just want to comment that basically Nakamura in the last 4 games, he was suffering from the fact that he got a good position, even a better position actually towards winning position or very winning position, and he spoiled it. So now maybe it's the moment. He also said it in an interview after yesterday's game that he just doesn't understand how his brain works, or moreover, it doesn't work properly as he wants it. And maybe in this position, again, even though he had a clear advantage, he's not going to be able to convert it. But so he's struggling with this part of his chess right now, that he's ready to get the advantage, but somehow it slips away from his hand. But okay, let's see what will be the outcome of this game. For now, it seems so that he misplayed it a little bit, and but of course the fight is going on. So what do you think about going back to Magnus's game first, I think, because it was some action and simplification, some pawns got off the board, and still I believe Magnus is under pressure. So let's pick Keimer and Carlsen game and let's focus on that for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a very tricky position. Magnus just played the move g6. What's the time situation? Vincent still has 15 minutes against 22. So, yeah, clock situation is equaling out slowly. But we are entering rapid stage of the game. And we already spoke about this, that there is no extra time anymore, just the 30 seconds bonus for each move. g6 making sure that black covers the f5 square, also takes away the jump, the possibility of activating that knight to f5. Black eventually wants to head with his knight to d6, but there is this tension between the bishop on c5 and bishop on a7. None of the sides wants to trade, because if black trades on c5, then the knight jumps with a very powerful tempo, hitting the rook on d7. And that's why it's a status quo. White seems to have the advantage. White wants to play king b1. Looking good for white, but Magnus, on the other hand, made sure that on long terms, if he survives the problems, the direct attack, long terms he has a good pawn structure.
Well, we continuously have this fight here in the office, in the studio, right? I'm telling you, if I don't win this with the white pieces, I would be extremely upset, even if we play against Magnus. Because, well, g6, it seems to me a great move. First of all, it keeps away my knight from the possible jump to f5. And also, I have the feeling that Magnus is thinking to break up with f5 and then somehow to gain back the pawn, the central pawn on d5. Yeah. And of course, that's a completely different story. At the same time, I feel that if once Vincent would have enough time just to put the king on b1, it would just stand so much better than on c2. And then at some point, indeed, black is not going to capture on c5, because it would be an essential tempo by jumping with the knight to c5, and then rook c3, rook b3, or the queen comes to the b5, queen d2, queen b4 or something. But maybe king b1, white does not have time. For example, queen d2 looks to me quite a promising move, going out of the pin. So immediately the white bishop from c5 attacks the f8, but I see bishop a7 exchange was made. So probably Vincent wants to jump in with the knight with a tempo to go knight c5. And only after that to put his king into safety. I mean, it's such a beautiful position for white.
It makes perfect sense. I also like, because first of all, we know that the black knight is heading to d6. Finally, okay, he took and played king b1. He believes that knight c5 is not running away. It's clearly going to be his next move, to jump with the knight to c5 and then try to set up the attack. Somewhere maybe black can rely on this knight b5 idea, making sure that white is unable to activate the rook via the third rank, with the idea that you mentioned, rook c3, rook b3 won't be possible. The knight will be heading towards the d6 square, who knows, maybe somewhere to d4. One question, do you feel like there is maybe the chance for white potentially to go knight c5 and then try to trade these knights with knight e2, and once we trade the knights, then also the e6 square will be available for white's knight?
Actually, I did not think about spend my time exchanging the knight on f4, because I feel that it's a great outpost for the knight on f4. At the same time, it does not bother me much. Mm-hmm. Okay, it defends the e6 square, but I'm sorry, I'm keeping an eye on the king on b8. So after knight c5, I'm kind of more busy to bring up my rook to c3 and b3, or to double my rooks on the c file and bring the queen to the b file, and at some point just smash knight b7 or knight a6. Somehow that's what keeps me busy. And, well, probably I don't have time to play knight f1, e3, c4. That would be extremely slow, I believe. But somehow I would think that there is... there can be some straightforward action. By the way, I'm thinking now, isn't d6 could be a threat by white?
d6? Okay, first of all,
it's black to move. It's black to move, but I'm just saying as a threat.
And I'm honestly expecting some knight b5 or a move like this. I don't know, maybe we can also ask Nicholas that, because it looks bad for black. Does black having some dynamic counterplay ideas is Magnus looking for? Can he break out of his passive position?
Well, I think the problem for black is that where to really obtain counterplay. I mean, really, what you're trying to do is either get a break in with f5, which is really difficult as long as this knight is standing on g3, also controlling the square, or somehow getting counterplay via the h file. Maybe also for that reason Magnus played g6 to swing the rook over to h7. But even then, you need your heavy pieces to defend the black king, so you're not really going to create a lot of counterplay, and it is quite a difficult position at this point. I'm a bit surprised Vincent didn't go for knight c5 right away, because it feels like this is where you want to put your knight anyway, and allowing actually black potentially to go b6. This is the computer's top suggestion right now, but also here the position remains quite difficult. I just played through a few moves here, a4, a5. Let's say white doubles on the c file makes a lot of sense, and then maybe there can also be some ideas to sacrifice on b6. This d6 idea will always be also on the radar. So I think
Magnus opted for queen h7.
He opted for queen h7. Magnus is definitely under pressure here. And I think it's a great chance for Vincent, at least like practically speaking. His play should be easier. He has a clear target with the king. He has the half-open c-file, squares for his knights, whereas the counterplay for black, if he goes after pawns on the king side, he might just miss these pieces in the defense.
Yeah, I also feel, sorry to interrupt, I just feel like knight would be lovely to have a tag team, and then I would tag Judith to take over, you know, because I know you are so energetical, and you said that no matter if it's Magnus or not, you want to crush through.
Well, I'm putting it from a different angle to prove how good position it is. Do you think anybody on earth can defend against Magnus if Magnus plays with white?
In Magnus we trust, right? Yes, it's very hard to imagine. If Magnus would be white, we would be kind of...
Okay, let's say if Fabi plays with white. Would you think that he wouldn't be incredibly upset not to win this against anybody?
I can tell you that if Vincent doesn't win this, he will be also extremely unhappy and upset and so on. This is a golden opportunity. When do you get such a position against Magnus?
Knight e2.
And he's in some time pressure, but with 30 seconds increment per move, and the game flows quite nicely. You cannot bring it up as an excuse, finally not winning it because of time. You might not win it because the opponent was resourceful enough to defend it. Knight e2, trading the knights.
You know the thing I don't like about knight e2? That at first I thought that black has this idea to go knight b5 and if a4, knight d4. But actually that was never possible because rook takes d4, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it was possible after queen h7 because after rook d4, knight a3, knight h3. But generally speaking, after knight e2, can't black go knight takes e2 and rook b5 and knight b5 and somehow look for counter chance in the middle of the board with the knight on d4?
Yeah, and then knight e6 you will just ignore, or how do you, okay, let me put it. Takes knight b5, very logical. Knight e6, super logical.
Rook h8.
Rook h8, and you hit the h2 pawn, and you might have also this knight against a4, knight d4 option, right?
Well,
liquidation.
That is the idea I had in mind.
Yeah, this could be fine.
Yeah.
This is a way for Magnus to escape. Yeah, this is very solid. Nicholas, what we are saying with Judith about knight e2, do you agree, or what does the computer say?
Yeah, the computer says, well, knight e2 was a mistake, and pretty much the advantage is already gone. This is how quickly it can shift. Probably it was too early. Maybe it would have been better to first restrict the knight on a7, not allowing it to become active via b5 and d4 and go a4, and then later you still, of course, have this idea to trade the strong knight on f4 and get access to the square on e6, but it seems it was not the right timing. Also, there was another interesting idea to bring this knight over to the queen side as well and involve it in the attack.
Actually, we touched this idea
you
in knight
mentioned
f1, but
Right.
I thought I will not
Sorry.
have enough time for it because of f5.
Aha,
But after
F5?
rook d6, maybe it's possible because knight c4 will comes with a tempi.
So knight d2 and black takes some pawn, or
And also now after queen h7, the rook on f8 is hanging, yeah? So there is a pin along the f file.
yeah, well, f takes e4, knight d takes e4. I don't want to allow, and f takes g4 feels not so powerful, not opening up the center, and now white can continue move, apparently bring the queen over, stopping, well, queen e3 and bring the queen over. But we have some moves, so this would have been better. So we have some moves. Knight e2 was a mistake, knight takes e2, queen takes e2, and now indeed going knight b5, heading to d4. Makes a lot of sense activating this knight, and I think we will see this move shortly. So knight e6 also makes a lot of sense, putting the knight on a beautiful square, hitting the rook will head to h8, and Carlsen's just somehow always finds a way to put his pieces in the right squares. Now it all makes sense. The queen is on h7, pressuring the pawn on h2, the rook is defending, the knight is active again, so let me make a move like rook c2. And I would still think that white is better here. Also still having ideas like a4 and rook dc1, but the computer is telling us, nope, the position is equal and you have enough.
Well, you will also
counterplay
have this
here.
rook takes e6, knight d4 idea
Oh
somewhere.
yes, now you also have that because of this
Yes.
fork. So Magnus is back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how fast it can go, Judith.
Absolutely. And this is how it's shifting from 2 moves ago and now. Of course, it's not easy. It was not easy. We all felt that there's a lot of pressure on Magnus, but accuracy is needed in such a position. And if you give away 1, 2, 3 tempis and you let be some of the pieces like now the a7 knight, you let it to be activated and come to b5 and d4, then as here we also see that the knights are fast.
Yes.
In 2 moves and they are in the center, right? From the worst possible place. So this makes the knight a special piece. And it was interesting that we discussed it before, that when we had the knight on g3 and the black knight on f4,
Yes.
that the knight on f4, in principle, it was a better knight than the e2. But still, maybe it was much more important to restrict the knight on a7 and only much later to talk about the f4 knight and try to exchange it, or with the knight f1 e3 plan. Because these kind of structures, what we see, knight on c5, I had it when I was playing King's Indian myself. And whenever this kind of situation happened, I could practically resign with black. But now queen h7 has a lot of sense, and of course Magnus knows how to defend, and he will show up with his rook on the h-file and look for counter chances. And even f5 is something that he will not forget about. He can even come with f5 at some point, but to have his knight reaching the d4, that's a miracle that he is able to do that out of the position what he had. He had a very, very difficult position all the way.
Yeah, Vincent is not kicking himself because this was such a big chance. Yeah, basically Magnus is fighting, but he has no counter chances. Just play this a4 move, make sure that the black knight can never get access to the b5 square, and then the position plays itself. And here comes the time management. Yeah, that he felt like he's under pressure. He blitzed out the move knight e2, and what I always feel that whenever you have this 30 seconds extra bonus per move, the control is so important. You can invest. He should have invested 3-4 minutes. If he plays the move a4, after that the next 3-4 moves comes automatically. He collects back the time. Also, his opponent doesn't have a single natural move. He will be burning time. You can think in your opponent's time. But giving up the control, and now he takes the time, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, it's finding this moment that when to slow down.
You know, in the very beginning, after just few moves, you mentioned that how much you respect your opponent, how much Vincent could have respect towards Magnus, and maybe that's why he didn't play one of the moves in the very beginning, because he thought that Magnus knows what he's doing. So I don't want to go in that direction. What do you think, how much it's influencing a match like this when a youngster, talented young player is getting better and better, but actually facing against some of the best players in the world, in this case, against the world number one? How much respect he has? Is it just the best balance, that you have great respect, but you can be critical and you understand that everybody makes mistake, or you have too much respect and sometimes you don't make the right decision because of that?
Well, I think that in Vincent's case against Magnus, it's kind of easy because Magnus has beaten Vincent too many times. Yeah, and when you face this and you always get outplayed, and no matter how good you play, somehow your opponent is always a bit better, yeah, because they also have very similar playing styles, strategical and everything, and basically everywhere Magnus is stronger, yeah? So the strong sides of Vincent are always neutralized by Magnus, and Magnus is even there better, yeah? So that's why Vincent finds it extremely difficult. So I felt like, wow, he gets a dream position. There is nothing to worry about, one-way traffic. So if he wins one game against Magnus, then we know exactly that suddenly psychologically things can turn. But now he missed, at least it looks like he missed this opportunity. The game is still on. Actually, Vincent now sacrificed the pawn with queen c4. Clearly, black cannot take the pawn on h2, but the move queen c4 shows that he's ambitious. Yeah, he's going after Magnus's king, but he's going exactly after the king when black's knight on b5 seems to be quite well placed already. Nicholas, any thoughts, move per move? What do we see here? Is it really so simple as the computer suggests, or there are some very special moves for black to play here?
I think black still needs to be careful and aware. The computer suggests rook b6 right now is a nice move to also have the potential retreat to d6 with the knight, not even heading to d4, this beautiful outpost, but also to d6. Let's just briefly check queen takes h2. I know this. We'd never take this pawn. This looks super dangerous, and indeed it's just completely losing. Just to show a sample line, a4, let's say the knight goes somewhere to d4, and now, all right, white is crashing through. This is why you need the queen also as a defender on the 7th rank, and you cannot take this pawn. So the computer is liking rook b6 because also you're creating a threat of knight a3 check. Using the pin along the b file, the king should step to the side, and now you have a lot of different moves that you can play. You can stabilize further if you want, rook f7, rook c8, you can go g5, and it seems that the white attack is not going through here because there are just too many defenders around the black king. And long term, maybe black will go after this pawn eventually, and I think
Magnus played the move rook c8. He didn't play rook b6.
Rook c8, all right, also a sensible move. Not the computer's best choice, but also makes a lot of sense, just overprotecting here. Now, apparently there's the option to go a4, knight d4, and possibly a exchange sacrifice.
Wow.
Okay, this is just crazy.
Okay, Tigran Petrosyan, yeah?
This would be really, really interesting if this happens.
But look what the computer says, best move.
King a8, don't tell me. Don't tell me, king a8.
And then takes back. Well, okay. With little time on the clock now, this game is really heating up, and the next few moves will be really important. It's a game for all three results, and I think we have a dramatic final stage to this game awaiting us, Judith.
Absolutely. It seems like in the last few moves, it's not only that the knight got exchanged, and it seemed like Magnus is looking for counterplay on the h file, but suddenly this rook c8 move was a very unexpected switch for me by Magnus. Of course, it is, or it can be important to defend the c7 square, because after he's defending the c7 with the rook, he frees the queen, so he wants to simply grab the h2 pawn. But I don't believe that black has time for so much for everything.
Also, I think let's just see where this rook came from. It was on f8. So
Yeah.
white was having some threats of going a4, knight d4, queen b4.
Exactly.
Threatening checkmate, and against rook b6, then the knight goes knight takes a6 or knight d7, and the rook was hanging. So probably Magnus felt like this rook needs to move somewhere, and then let me actually use it for defending the c7 pawn as well.
Well, obviously it has a logic behind it, but still I don't like the move. I mean, it's a passive move, right? For the moment. So I'm curious what...
and this is what
Vincent.
I talked about. Look at Magnus's heart rate. Now in this situation, he's calm. He's down to 79, 80, while at the beginning of the game, he had almost 100, making his first move.
Yes, because here he knows that this is what we have, and I'm kind of making the best move, and happens whatever happens, right? And probably he knows that it's more unpleasant for him, but he has all the self-confidence that he will be able to defend it.
Yeah, and also Magnus can rely on Vincent's clock situation, yeah, that only 7.5 minutes he has to make a decision. Do I play for a win? Do I go for the maximum, or is safety my priority? It's after a knockout match. It would be a tragedy to lose the game from a promising position in time trouble and then basically not have a chance to fight back in the match.
And I'm pretty sure that Magnus has in his mind that he's worse, but he's defending. At the same time, he knows exactly that if white is pushing it, he can play, let's say, rook b6, knight d6, g5 even to attack the e4 pawn. But now things are speeding
and
up.
There we go. A4.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, a4, knight d4, g5.
He's not playing for a draw.
Definitely.
That's clear.
Yes, and that's how he should. Okay, better to lose the game after going for it and going for the maximum. You have to try, because also it's not safe to do nothing, yeah, with this time. Yeah, you give Magnus the chance to stabilize the position, and then he might just put pressure on you. Lovely. Okay, g5. Basically, after g5, we are expecting that f takes g5, rook takes d4 has to follow up, because otherwise, why do you do that?
Absolutely. It's quite impressive, I must say, by Vincent, that he has half of the time of Magnus. He's under 8 minutes, and he goes for the sharp idea. And he found it. He found it. He realized it, that this is an option. And of course, the c5 knight is just standing amazing.
It's a monster, yeah.
Amazing.
Wow, another question. That Vincent actually thinks that it's an exchange sacrifice, or he thinks that, wait a second, fg, rook d4, ed, e5, I'm crushing through because the rook moves, and then d6, and I'm going forward with my pawns. Yes, so this is also a very big question. Let me just even put it on the board. So takes, and then e5, kicking the rook away. And the computer was saying that here king e8 is only move, and then we are calling it an exchange sacrifice, because then white has time to pick up the pawn and has to anyway get out of the pin. If black just makes a natural move like rook dd8 or rook b6, then something very special. No, not against rook.
Well, I
probably
think
against
queen
rook
b4
b6.
maybe.
Yeah, against rook d8 we just play queen b4. This just wins the game, or maybe even queen b3. Who knows what is better? So probably black has to go with the rook to b6, but then the rook is unprotected on c8. This case, maybe d6 might happen. Is that a possibility?
d6, or maybe a5, rook b5, and after that d6.
Yeah, in
Maybe
any
it's a
case,
better
this.
version.
Yeah, in any case, this kind of tactics are hanging in the air. So Vincent is attracted to all these options. Wow, this will be extremely exciting in time trouble.
Does Magnus have something else than to accept the pawn on g5? Nicholas, do you see anything else, or?
Well, I do have the help of the computer, which is quite nice. But also I want to point out, after g5, Magnus's heart rate went from 80 to 106. So this was definitely an unpleasant surprise for him, and he goes for rook cd8. Magnus is just so good. It's crazy. He just avoids all of the complications. This was the best move. It is the safest choice. It's just keeping the tension, putting the rook on d8, and if white now takes on f6, then you can take back. And I'm guessing that in some of the lines also the rook is well placed. If there are, I guess now the exchange sacrifice just wouldn't work as well anymore because you don't have these tactics along the c file. The rook on b6 is defending. You could still do it. It would be around equal, but it is not as promising as it would have been if black had taken on g5. Just incredible defense here by Magnus, keeping the tension also, not giving some easy moves to Vincent, not letting him show his idea, which was beautiful with the exchange sacrifice, and also keeping a time advantage. Just very good stuff here by Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus is showing his incredible defensive skill again, and cold-blooded. He just played rook d8. No stress, no tension. I'm calm. I don't react on g5. I just play rook d8. And of course, things are getting complicated, right? And by Vincent playing g5, the whole position suddenly changes and shifting to completely different ways and different parts of the game, because suddenly there is going to be an exchange of pawns. The h2 pawn is there as a weakness, that's clear. And the rook on the 6th rank is very powerful because queen b4 is never there because rook is just going to b6. And if white would be going, well, we see gf6 now. I guess there is not going to be much of thinking by Magnus before taking back on f6. So what I wanted to say that white could be playing a5 to stop the rook going to b6. At the same time, then I don't think there is too much danger for black because after queen b4, the knight can go back to b5. At the same time, of course, if the knight goes back to b5, then knight e6 finally is a great post for the white knight. So this is how this whole thing happens. But of course, Vincent is going down in time. He's under 7 minutes and only 30 seconds per move from now on. Actually, until now also, but still only 6.5 minutes he has, and the 30 extra second per move. But when the position is changing in pawn structure and the different squares becomes more important, it can be kind of tricky that how fast the players can adjust themselves to the new ideas.
Yes, the new challenges and all the new ideas. For example, after rook takes f6, is there a way to go after the e5 pawn? Yeah, with, for example, retreating the knight to d3, targeting the pawn. It's interesting. I even felt like maybe some g5 and then queen takes e4 check, queen takes e5 might be the defense, which was hurting me a lot because I felt like, wait a second, maybe knight this is a good idea, but there is this resource with g5.
Well, it's a question. Can white play knight e6 in this position? That seems to be a kind of interesting move at first.
Knight e6, yeah?
Yes, because with the idea if black takes on e6, takes, and takes on d1, takes, queen e7 is not possible because of rook d7. So for the moment, I'm not losing the pawn for sure.
And this could be kind of winning, yeah, because we have many, many threats. If black takes on d1, what else should black actually do? Black apparently has a very strong move. It's not obvious. Is queen e7 the move? Is just queen e7 the move? Yes, it's the move. Okay, it's easy to see the move. It took me some time to appreciate that this is such a strong move. And there are no tricks. Yeah, with queen c5, you can play rook d6 or what is it? Queen c5, probably rook d6.
Yeah, that's a nice try.
Yeah. Okay, it gets very complicated. So, okay,
and after rook d6, c takes d6, right?
Yes.
No, c takes d6 cannot work.
Okay, I can take with the queen.
Because check and rook c7.
Yes, no, I take with the queen, and yes, I can take with the queen. So in any case, yeah, it's complicated. Vincent is calculating this because it's a forced direction. Yeah, it's very tempting, especially when you are low on the clock. Then you think like, wait a second, do I have a fourth sequence and it looks promising? Then you suddenly spot a defense for your opponent, then you are confused. Should you anyway go for it or maybe look for another alternative?
But he goes under 5 minutes, and time is important. Time is important because you have to calculate lines non-stop.
You have to. Nicholas, any direct ways to continue?
I just feel the tension in the air. He's down to 4 minutes, and this is, of course, a big decision to take. Should he try to shut down the game going knight e6, which would be possible somewhat? And yeah, it's just working out for black. But queen e7 only move to keep the game balanced. And now, if you want to try to shut down the game, you could play something like this, rook f1, and go into your queen endgame. I'm not sure if it's immediately a draw, but I think it might. It might be an immediate draw in some way, but also here you always need to be really careful against Magnus Carlsen not to end up in a slightly worse endgame, which he's just going to grind you down. So, big decision. I think it would be practical to play knight e6. The computer suggests rook f1 is the best move here. But yeah, there are many moves. Also, what Peter mentioned, knight d3 is a move that can be played, which is also fine. It's the second best move, and Vincent goes for the best move, rook f1, putting the rook on the open file and fighting for the control here. And the point is that once again, don't take this pawn on h2. This would allow the white rook to enter on f7, and the white attack would be too strong. So what I would expect Magnus to play after rook f1 is to keep the rook close to the king, put it on b6, maybe also put some pressure on the white king. And it's getting really tense here in this game, Judith.
Well, it is heating up, I think we can say. We are not exaggerating, especially that Vincent is going down in time. He's already under 4 minutes, while Magnus plays pretty fast and he keeps himself having a huge time advantage over Vincent. And the position is still quite challenging. Maybe we can say it's more challenging for black, though black has great counterplay, having the knight on d4, having the rook on the 6th rank, optionally play rook b6.
Yeah,
but
and then with rook b6, you are setting up a5, rook b4 ideas as well.
yeah, some new ideas can arise over there. And of course, to be able for Vincent to understand everything and every change, what is going on in the position with every pawn move, or with every exchange, it is going to be very challenging. But I would suggest to go on a bird's eye view, just that we can see what's going on with Fabiano also, because we haven't been there for quite a long time, because we were somehow, this game kept us engaged here. But still, let's look what has happened between Fabiano Caruana and Sindarov, who are the other match, which is in the semi-final. And
very interesting unbalanced position. We do see the Evil Bar saying that it's more or less equal, but we also feel that this is a very double-edged equality.
well, that's not the first thing comes to mind, let's put it that way, that it's a very equalish position with this pawn structure for white. Having the f3 weakness, it's kind of can be a problem, I think. And the g3 bishop is defending, gives a good defense and protection over the king, but at the same time, I mean, the f3 pawn can be a big problem, because obviously f4 cannot be played in the position, because whenever white has to push f4, knight e4, and game over. So the question is, how can black put pressure on the f-file? The queen on d3, and now just the last move was rook c4 to h4.
Yeah, setting up some bishop e5 ideas.
Yeah, and just to tie down the f6 knight, so queen h7 is not possible.
Maybe rook f8, maybe just
do you
rook
think
f8?
g5 will appear in this game? With Sindarov,
wow.
you never know.
With Sindarov, you never know, yeah. Rook c6.
Rook c6.
Yeah, okay, rook c6.
Nice move.
Nice move, yeah, activating the rook. Bishop e5 can be met by knight e4. That's a lovely kind of tactic. Bishop e5, knight e4. That's why he's also preparing the rook shift on the 6th rank.
So that's a very nice idea by Sindarov, that at some point, when the bishop moves away,
Yes.
this knight e4 indeed is possible, and bring the rook from c6 to g6. So it can be extremely dangerous for white. But in the next move, right now, it's not threatening, right?
Yeah, not yet. With the bishop on g3, white can also play a move like queen f5, just to get closer.
But maybe I would go after queen f5, go g6, push you back, and then I move, and knight h7.
I like this. Aha, and even there rook c6 fits perfectly. Queen h6, g5, and...
yeah, I have my...
Yes, you have.
my fun.
You have, yeah. It's a super sharp position.
It's very challenging for Fabiano. And also the time there, if I see it correctly, they are both under 6 minutes.
Yes.
So the time is pretty balanced over there.
It seems like Gukesh is holding, looking at the evil bar, and it looks like things simplified. Alireza seems to be holding, which would be a big save for Alireza. And Magnus still hasn't made a move after rook f1. It just shows that, yes, computer was saying rook b6 best move, but it's not that obvious that you can simply give up the f file like this.
Yeah, the tension is everywhere quite high. I mean, we are in the third hour or fourth hour of play, and everywhere it's around equal. But of course, some positions are much more tense than others, and especially the two positions in the semifinals are very tense. Should we go back to the Keimer-Carlsen game? I feel like this is the richest game.
And Magnus is about to make a move. By the way, Fabiano has played queen f5. And Magnus, let's zoom in the body language. Magnus is also going down on time, down to 8 minutes. He needs to find rook b6 to get harmony. But it's so difficult, yeah. Giving up the f file like this.
And it's also a question whether to make a decision with objectively is rook b6 or rook exchange is the best, and he moves rook b6.
On the board, yeah.
He keeps the option that the opponent goes wrong, making a wrong decision, and we should never forget that that queen on h7 wants to show up somewhere on h2. Well, now it was defended by rook f2, but it can show up queen h4 and attack the f2 rook and the e4 pawn at some point if the knight is moving away, for example. Or playing queen h3 and coming over to the queen side with the queen that way. But for the moment, it serves very well on the 7th rank.
Yes, protecting the c7 pawn. Vincent played rook f2, so he's now over 4 minutes. Magnus plays the move g5. Wow, does he really have time to play g5?
I like g5 because it ties down the c5 knight.
But the knight was nice on c5 anyway.
Yeah, but just in case if it jumps whatever, queen e4 check is there, right?
Yes.
And also not only that, but if the queen would move away, then it's a pin, so rook d5 is possible.
Okay, rook cf1 is kind of tempting, yeah, just to go for the f file. However, whenever white goes rook f7, then this queen takes h2 lines will need to be calculated. Do I have a great discover check with knight takes h6? Where does it lead? Because queen takes b2. Checkmate will be hanging there, so black can simply ignore it with a move like king a7. Who knows? Lot to calculate.
And also g5 can be follow-up with g4, and in the later stage, if let's say the queens exchange, then already knight f3, and the h2 pawn can stay back and be very weak. So Magnus is already building up for an endgame, his strategy, and in the last 5-6 moves, he became much more active than he was before.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All his pieces are playing. White relies on this powerful knight on c5, plus the f-file, yeah, because the rook on f2 is very nice. The queen on c4, rook c1, targeting the c7 pawn. One feels like king a2 would be a very nice little move, just stepping out of all these things. My concern is that, is this a5, rook b5 idea somewhere really an issue or not? Because if not, then I would definitely just blitz out the move king a2.
Well, king a2 seems to be a very stable move, and going out of this pin from the b1 h7 diagonal. At the same time, I don't know what are you going to be playing next. I go g4, let's say.
Yeah, you can also do that. Yeah, okay.
King a2 is on the board.
is the professional move. And okay, I believe that Magnus will blitz out a5. This a5, having the idea of kicking that queen away with rook b4 looks very tempting.
He will do a5 when already some other things happening, and then it comes from nowhere, out of the sky.
Nicholas, what are your thoughts? What does engine tell us here?
What's the evaluation? That's the most important at first.
The evaluation is equal if black goes g4 now. This is the best move, especially to have the square available and block the f-file, so white is not able to set up an invasion via doubling on the f-file and then playing rook f7. So you want to be ready to be answering rook cf1 by going knight f3 in this very moment. And Magnus, just these last few moves were just spot on from him. He played perfectly. And to find this idea, I would expect him to follow up with g4.
Can you just please tell us why a5 is bad? Because
a5 is not
computer
bad.
is not suggesting it.
It's not bad, but it's also not the best. I mean, compared to g4, apparently here the queen would just go back. And we have a move. We have a move, and it's king a7.
Wow, really?
Not a
King
move
A7?
we were expecting. And now Magnus is actually worse, because rook cf1, rook f7. It could become very sharp with both sides trying to attack each other, because once this rook lands here, well, the queen can also take on h2. Let's just put it on the board. Rook cf1, let's say rook c8, rook f7, queen takes h2, threatening checkmate on b2. White can parry this by going rook f1. The queen has to step away. And now you have to evaluate this position and come to a conclusion. Is it worth it to sacrifice a pawn in this manner? And here rook to f6, trying to trade this rook and continuing the attack is the only way for white. And now only king a8 would be an absolute only move here. Otherwise you're lost, because the attack just goes through. So king a7, a risky move, I would say. Objectively, actually still fine now that the computer had some time to calculate. But as we just saw, in some of the lines you need to find some only moves. And the players, of course, are not aware of that. And I think Vincent will go for rook cf1 now, and then...
Well, we also need to zoom in, because he's under 1.5 minutes.
Yes, let's go back to players.
So it's super tensed.
Yes.
And maybe we can zoom on the players and see the action from the closest picture, if we can, because it's...
Surprised.
Wow.
The big question, did he spotted the rook takes b7 idea? Because Magnus obviously has missed it.
Yeah, I think he just wants
I
to
think
take on
he did.
h2 and then pin and then continue to attack the white rook, but this just doesn't work.
No. Oh no, Vincent believes Magnus.
Too much respect?
Yeah, no, this queen c3. No, it's simply not seeing the move rook takes b7. And this is often the case when the opponent also doesn't see it. It's a mutual hallucination.
Exactly, exactly. What an opportunity for Vincent, which he just missed. And of course, we can say that this is part of the reason he missed it, because he's a minute left on the clock. So this is when it's so important how much time you have left, whether you can think enough time and you can realize it, what is actually the change has happened after king a7 with a new pattern, new idea that occurred. But let's see, of course, queen c3 is... what does he want to do, actually? What's the idea? Does he plan to play a5 at some point, and after rook b5, that it's protected?
For example, against knight f3, what is his intention?
But probably now he played queen c3 actually to defend the b2 pawn, and that's how...
Yeah, but okay, now black will play knight f3, right? He will block
knight
the
e6,
f-file.
maybe.
Okay, but it doesn't do anything anymore. Then the white rooks are passive, the f2, f2, f1 rooks. And with 1 minute on the clock, actually, Magnus can even try to take over. What a key move. What a key moment.
Yeah, knight f3 seems to be a very important move, blockading the power of the rooks on the f-file. What an opportunity Vincent missed with rook f7.
Yeah, it would have been game over. It doesn't matter who is the opponent. Yeah, it can even be a computer. Yeah, rook f7, rook takes e7, and just delivering checkmate.
So let's see how Magnus will be able to react on this. And interesting that he's spending time on knight f3. Maybe after knight f3, he's thinking that white can go queen e3. What do you think about that? And try to make a pin there and jump with the knight, a5 possibility.
Okay, king a8. I'm not really scared of this queen moving away from the c-file. Wow. Very tense situation.
Let's see how much time Magnus will spend still in this position. And what can be that it bothers him, makes me think, and he's not flashing out the move knight f3. He doesn't want to give away the e6 square, possibly.
Probably, yes. That's what he's calculating. Knight f3, knight e6. And he goes for it.
Of course, yeah. He blocks the f.
Well, there was not much of a choice either, I believe.
Yeah, rook g2. I thought like, yeah, Vincent will go for this rook g2, yeah, trying to target the g4 pawn. It was very natural. But I just don't believe in it.
Will black play queen h3 or queen h5 defending the pawn?
Then rook f2. Queen h3, I go rook ff2, then I'm happy.
And why are you so happy?
Well, then with rook g3, I'm kicking the queen away. I think I have perfect
and after
coordination.
That?
Well, then you have to go on h4 because otherwise I will kick you with h3. And then rook fg2 and the g4 pawn is... I mean, I'm very happy. I get coordination. Before I had rook f2, rook f1, I was blocked, and now I'm getting access to the g4 pawn. That would make sense.
c6 is now possible.
Wow. Yeah.
Surprisingly.
This is unexpected.
Yes. New opportunity for black. Very unexpected.
Also Carlsen going down now. The time is evening out. The tension is rising.
It's a very Magnus's move. No, he goes for rook g8. Okay, stabilizing, protecting the pawn on g4.
Good move.
Will Vincent play rook ff2? It would probably suit his kind of setup.
Well, this was actually a very nice idea by Magnus, I think, to play g5, g4. Yes. That's another story that it happened the way that he didn't have enough time to play that, because Vincent could make rook f7. But the idea itself was very nice. Heart rate's up, time down.
The usual scenario.
Black should move the knight back to d4 now.
Yeah, which isn't easy psychologically. It looks like you are blocking nicely the f file. You wasted a tempo on going knight f3.
It's very difficult move, I think, to play knight d4.
Yes.
He just made it 2 moves ago to play knight f3. So what has changed?
Well, there rook f7.
That rook f7.
Yes, but still, humanly, it's very difficult.
Well, what to do? I mean, no obvious move is available.
Yeah, maybe move the king back to a8. Is that a move? Just okay. He goes rook d6.
I don't like rook d6.
It's a nervous move.
I don't like rook d6 because it left potential attacking opportunities for black.
Of course you don't like that. Too passive.
Of course, how you go rook d6? I mean, maybe I just go a5 and you will never ever go back to b6.
Yeah, absolutely. a5 is a good move now.
Well, okay, knight d4, knight d5, but then the f file can be, again, vulnerable for black.
So this classical chess game becomes a blitz game, right? Now,
yes.
1 minute against 2 minutes, okay, 30 seconds increment. So tough to control with heart. I believe that the reason why I cannot play this time control that my heart is unable to take it. Yes, it's just this fluctuation, yeah, that it looks like I have no time, but then I make a move, I get another 30 seconds. It's against because I used to play time trouble without increment in my childhood, yeah. I just could not really adjust to it.
Queen.
He moves the queen to e3.
e3.
Okay, it was one of the natural moves.
So probably after knight d4, he wants to go knight e6.
Yes.
Could
certainly.
be, yes.
Yes, no, now Magnus will move his king. I guess king b8 would be natural.
But after king b8?
h3, very strong then.
Wow.
Of course. What else?
Of course, queen takes h3, queen b3, and then you stepped into the
queen
fork.
h3, rook f3. No.
That's what I was thinking too, but no, h3,
queen b3, right?
Queen b3 and then knight d7
Exactly.
fork. That's why you cannot go to b8. You should go then to a8. But this is also very difficult if you move the king to a8.
But
Yeah,
now
then
again
knight
it's
e6.
shifting to favor of Vincent.
Yes,
For
exactly.
sure.
Yeah.
He's putting on the pressure. Time is almost equal. Carlsen really has to find good defensive moves here. Knight d4 should be played.
But he didn't do it in the previous move. Now it's very difficult because it runs into some knight b3
Knight
as
e6.
well. Knight e6, knight b3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
And it's a version of it.
For sure.
yes.
No,
But
knight
okay, he has
d4 is
to-
very difficult, but what to do?
He has to deal with this position now.
Yeah, and his body language signals that he's not happy.
Definitely not.
He goes down, less time than Vincent, under a minute. Difficult moment.
Also, White still has this rook g3 idea, yeah? That rook g3 with h3
Yes,
together.
it's also there. Yes.
Exactly, it's hanging in the air. Which
And
is
I'm sure h3 is something that Vincent is checking.
Yes.
And Magnus also, because it's there.
king a8. Yeah, that's why he goes king a8. It was the natural move because king b8, h3, they spotted this. Stepping
Well,
out of
actually,
this
knight
tactic.
e6 seems to be not a bad move either now.
It's the best move.
After king a8, the c7 pawn can be vulnerable.
Is vulnerable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And let's face it, I mean, knight on e6 cannot be complain about it.
He's a monster, yeah.
Even
And then the black knight cannot jump back to d4 to protect, and then maybe shift with rook c2 again for the attack.
Absolutely. Vincent down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to play knight e6. Then everything falls in place. Then the next couple of moves will be easy. Rook c2 targeting the c7 pawn.
Well, knight e6 is extremely tempting. It's such a natural move to continue.
15 seconds.
12, 11, 10, 9.
Yes.
He goes for it. Queen d7, is that a move? Hitting the a4 pawn.
Oh, black has to be so careful here.
But already f3,
No, queen
knight is
But
hanging.
maybe-
Free.
Rook f3,
Rook f3,
yeah.
right?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
You have to keep an eye on the g8 rook as well.
So many tactics here. King b8 should be played now.
And after
Wow.
rook c2?
Yeah.
Very
It's
difficult.
tricky. It's tricky. Rook c2,
It's
then
tricky
c6.
because-
Queen b6.
Wow.
Well, you're holding everything together somehow. Queen e7, yeah, but this is
Wow.
with 1 minute on the clock. It's just
Magnus,
impossible.
Also down to
Under.
30 seconds.
Half a
So
minute,
difficult
less
to
time than
defend.
Vincent.
Very tough to defend.
And he knows it. C6
He goes
loses.
C6 immediately.
This loses. Queen A3 or Queen B6?
Well, Queen B6 was the move that I had in mind against C6.
Well, Queen B6 is more human.
Yeah, this
Yes.
looks so
And
logical.
Vincent
and so
doesn't
strong.
understand it. What the heck?
And he's like,
Yeah, because he still has this rook takes F3 idea as
of course
well.
he's going to go Queen
He
B6.
goes Queen B6.
He will go Queen B6. He
He
cannot.
doesn't understand. What
No,
is
he
this?
goes to B3.
Oh,
Why?
no, A3.
No, to
Oh,
A3.
Queen A3.
Wow.
Even stronger.
Wow. Because of knight
But
F8,
is-
rook D7,
is it
knight
winning
F8.
material?
Wow.
Yes.
Black cannot keep material together.
C5?
And looking at
C5 is the
Magnus.
best move. Rook D7, knight F8. If you protect the queen with your rook, then rook takes F3.
Wow. What a blunder.
Well, with 30 seconds on the clock, very difficult position to defend. It's
C5 is the only chance really to...
well, that is
but
very
it's also
unhuman.
lost. It's
yeah,
also lost.
and it's
but
unhuman. What are you doing with C5?
Magnus,
12 seconds.
11, 10, 9,
What can he do? I mean,
8, 7, 6,
he takes on
5,
E6, but
and gives up the exchange.
But this looks hopeless
this is hopeless.
Wow.
because the E pawn is also very strong, and you cannot really get to this E pawn.
And he cannot take on E4 because of rook F3 immediately. That's very important.
Once again.
Yes.
What is he going to do? Queen D6 next. E7.
Everything. Everything. Wow. Vincent on the brink.
5 seconds. 4, 5, 4,
Doesn't
3,
know what to do. Rook
2,
C8.
and
Yeah, he just randomly played
with
the move.
1 second on
The
the
G4
clock.
pawn is falling. Vincent is
course.
cashing in, and then
With
also
1
rook
second.
F7 is coming, and he resigns.
Oh, wow. What a game.
Wow, fantastic stuff.
My goodness.
What a victory by Vincent.
Amazing. Amazing how he played this with so little time, kept posing problems. And Magnus found so many good defensive moves, but eventually he had to use his time, go low on time, and then even the best player in the world cannot defend such a position with a vulnerable king and all these tactics in the air. And Queen A3 was a star move by Vincent.
But we have to say that Vincent had a very good game. He played very well. He
Absolutely.
put all the pressure on Magnus, even
And
though...
Magnus complaining to himself,
Yeah.
rightly so, that he was fighting, but yeah, he caught up with the time, and it was so difficult to defend, yeah?
Okay, so let's go to the other game. What's going on with Fabiano and...
Yeah, the bird's eye
Sindarov.
view. Well, Abdusattorov game ended a draw against Alireza Firuza, so Firuza managed to defend, and Sindarov,
Let's go to
Yeah, let's go there.
Caruana's
this
game.
is crazy. Down to
So,
a minute. Fabi
Go
is
to
down
the
to a minute.
close-up, I think, immediately, straightforward. But we can come here first, and then we move on the close-up, because there also the time element is very important, and an interesting endgame right now.
Very sharp, very sharp. Whew.
And Fabiano is the person who is much behind in time. He looked out. Probably there are some talks were going on because the other game finished.
Just
and
finished, yes.
So some noise. And of course, when you are alone time and your position is not so good, you even notice the noise much more.
Much more, of
if
course.
you have a winning position, let's
But
say.
okay, he has this a6 pawn. Yeah, as long as he has this pawn on a6, he has good counter chances.
At the same time, if black goes... rook f6 is not possible because exchange and rook a3. So rook a3 is the move what black has to be.
Yes. However, also it's very tricky that it's almost mate. Yeah, if white plays rook a3 takes, knight takes e3 check, you cannot go to g1 because of rook f1 checkmate. So you have to go to king h3, then rook h5 check. Luckily you have bishop h4. And after g5 you push the a7, rook takes h4, king g3, then rook a4 can come and catch the pawn. So much thrill is happening, and Sindarov played the move d4. He goes for it. He wants to open up the fifth rank for his rook to be able to cover the a5, the a pawn, and also to prepare knight e3 check. ed4, cd4. Knight e3 check is a huge threat. How is Fabi defending against knight e3?
And we see Sindarov in his stressful position, shaking, and the chair is shaking, his full focus straight back, and playing with one of the pieces. He's in full focus, his heart rate is rising. He had 170 yesterday when he just felt that he's winning that second game against Nakamura. So it shows that how stressful and how excited he was.
Completely crazy position. I also want to mention that playing against a player who is shaking, it's very unpleasant also, because you are taking over his nervousness. If somebody does it deliberately, it's not fair, but here we see that Sindarov does it all the time. It's his way of dealing with the nerves.
What I want to point out now that D4 happened, well, there was a line I wanted to show at some point, but H4 was played.
This is a mistake.
Yeah,
Not
but trying to create luft, it's such a human move.
Oh, and Rook A1 will show up.
Yes,
And
the rook is coming.
Going for the attack.
King H2.
Rook F1 or Rook A1 now.
And then Rook F1, and again the mating net.
But what happens if Rook A1, Rook A3? Black can just move away to Rook D1, and the mating net is there. Even
could easily be, yeah,
the
because you
white
can.
pawn is going to be pushed.
Yeah, good luck calculating all this line. The good news for Sindarov is that he has more than 3 minutes.
He has plenty of time.
Yes.
He will find that Rook F1 and Rook A1 both are winning here. And that would be another upset in the semifinals. The youngsters are about to make their mark.
But Rook F1, Rook A3, and then
then
Rook
trade
C4 or Rook C4, no?
Oh, he misses
Okay, he goes
it.
Rook
He
A5.
rushes.
This
He
is a solid
rushes.
move. Yeah, he didn't
Too
believe.
solid.
Yeah, he didn't believe that he can win, and he wants to make sure not to lose. Another game will end in a draw. Because we have all kinds of ideas of just taking on A6, then finally the pawn on D4 will be hanging, and also knight F5 will be forking the rook and bishop.
So maybe the best for white to go B4, forcing matters. What do you think?
But
Or
then
after
I'm
that, you go
inviting
back-
some...
You go back Rook F5?
Yes, and then I'm inviting all this attack on the second rank. No. Fabi, but down to 20 seconds, he needs to... And he moves the bishop. Bishop E1. Targeting the rook, inviting, please take on A6, I'm not going to get checkmated. That's what I need. We can calm down.
Yeah. Telling Sindarov, take it if you went there. And he takes it. Takes, capturing the D4. Probably there will be a rook endgame where it's more pleasant for black, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, okay, knight C2 will be played also. Yeah, black will use this moment to trade the knight for the bishop. Yeah. on
Yes,
the
because
board.
actually after H4, it's a new opportunity
Exactly.
arised. After that the black rooks, if shows up on the first rank, that could be a very serious mating net.
Rook D1.
Probably black will capture the bishop, rook B6 will be played.
And the players soon will be looking at each other exactly. Handshake.
Already
draw
now.
agreed. Yes.
They didn't play it out until two kings because they understood that the rook endgame will be completely drawish. And
Let's-
actually when Sindarov played rook A5, this was his.
And wait, what is Fabi showing him? I know they are talking about something else. Yeah, that if Sindarov will be after told that he missed the win with 3.5 minutes on the clock by going for checkmate, it will be very unpleasant. Right now, he thinks that it was the logical result.
Well, it was a very complicated game with a very strange structure and development. We were trying to figure out what it is exactly with Fedoseev also, and it was clear that for all of us it was a very complicated game. We were not sure who is better, how the development will go, and in the beginning it seemed in the confessional booth by Fabiano that he kind of understands and knows what he's aiming for, and I think he got that, what he was aiming for, to have his knight in the center after f3, knight g3, knight e4. And also he said that he thinks it's safer to keep the pawn on g2, so to be able to castle short. everything worked the way he was planning.
The only problem that the opponent also had a mirror knight on d5, which was driving him crazy. So he couldn't be entirely happy. So nice also to take a look at this. Both players are kind of satisfied. The draw was a hard-fought draw, a fair result, and they are discussing, exchanging ideas, and finally they settle that, yeah, it was a fair result, that's it.
Yeah. So let's see, this is the last game which is going on, I believe, right?
Yes.
And Hikaru plays with white against Gukesh. There were a lot of happenings in this game. We have an end game for a long time already, but simplification was going on. But this, I believe, will not last too long because there is not much pawns left on the board. E4 was played.
This is a theoretical draw. Yeah, black can simply give up both pawns and set up the right defense, the Philidor defense, and that's it. It's basically elemental on this level. I believe it's more like Hikaru is disappointed from, again, missing a chance, and that's why he keeps on playing. If the game would have been equal from the beginning, the players would have agreed to a draw already.
Yeah, the players have not much time left, but it's very clear that it doesn't matter how short on time they are. This game cannot be any other result than a draw. Rook e4, I'm curious for how long they are going to be playing out. Are they going to be playing out until 2 king left on the board? Because at some point, I think we've seen quite a lot of those end games of a draw between top players also, that they were kind of happy to play it out, these very drawish end games. They are making moves and then they leave only 2 king on the board, so it is obvious for everybody who plays just a little bit or more serious
Hikaru will
chess.
give a check. Yeah, exactly, so that after king b7 he could take on c5, rook h5 check, he could play king d6. At least then he would be making progress. But now
he will not allow that.
Black
King
can play
C7.
king c7, exactly. The professional move will be blitzed out, and then there is absolutely no hope for white to put any pressure. And yeah, Hikaru is unhappy getting up from the board, just probably to look around what happened on the other boards.
But interesting that Gukesh is spending time here, because why to spend the time, right?
Look at Hikaru. He also signals, I already put up the jacket.
Yes.
Why aren't you playing king c7? But it's understandable from Gukesh's point of view, because he was defending the position. He just wants to make sure that, yes, that's it, and rook e7 check. We might be seeing repetition, because there is really nothing to play for after king c7.
So there is a repetition playing out.
Yeah, Gukesh looks at Hikaru.
And they agree to.
And the handshake. Again, a missed opportunity for Hikaru, but it again shows on that he plays good. Yeah, he's just not converting somehow, or missing his chance.
Well, we again had great action today. It was day 5 of the WEISSENHAUS Grand Slam, first leg of this series, which we are going to see 4 more big events in Paris, in New York, in New Delhi, and the last portion of it will be in Cape Town. So all year round, we are going to be able to enjoy this special way of chess, the freestyle chess, where the players are challenged in every single round. First, what kind of position they are getting by lottery, and only after that they are challenged by the opponent, how they can manage all this. So let's see the brackets, what has happened. And, well, Magnus was playing with Vincent. It was a very tough game, very difficult game for Magnus, and Keimer played it very well in the opening. After that, he misplayed it a bit. And then somehow he had less time, but still Magnus made the most serious mistake at the final. And when Vincent had to pick the right move, he did, and he made the victory, which makes him the winner today. And tomorrow there is going to be another game where Magnus will be in a must-win situation. Then we have the other pair of semi-final with Fabiano and Sindarov. That was also quite a special game, very hectic, very complicated. This game will be remembered number 360 of freestyle chess, because we were looking so many things and the players were confused also and the games were completely chaotic. So there we have a draw. Tomorrow we'll see if any of the players will win in the classical portion of the game, or we are going to see a playoff. Are we going to see a playoff between Magnus and Kramer? And then we have the other pairs who are fighting between the places of 5th until 8th place. It was Ali Reza against Abdusattorov with an exciting game, where Abdusattorov was pushing and he had a great position but could not convert it. Ali Reza, with his resourcefulness, he saved the game. And then Nakamura again had a advantageous game versus Gukash, but as we've seen just minutes ago, it was finished, this match. So it was a lot of excitement. So what do you think, Peter? What was today?
Insane action, very big fight. Vincent was putting tremendous pressure on Magnus. Yeah, there was a moment in time trouble when he missed the fantastic win. Maybe we can also take a look. But finally, when he was given a second chance, then he found this queen a3 move, which basically leaded to a 4 sequence of moves. Black had to lose material, and then there was no way back. Alireza did suffer, but finally he escaped. We were also debating that there was this move of the day kind of move, this knight ef4. If he defends the game, then it will be. But now with Vincent finding this queen a3 move, the clutch move in time trouble, it will be an interesting conversation between us. There was also this moment of Sindarov in the very last minute in this big time trouble. Maybe he could have gone after Fabiano's king. Then we could have seen another upset. Sensational stuff. Nicholas, the floor is yours. How do you feel about all these things?
There was so much action that we didn't even really have a chance to go into detail. So I would like to take a moment and just take us through the last 10 moves or so, the last 8 moves here in the encounter, Keimer versus Carlsen. So just taking it from here, King A2. Now, I think the start of maybe Magnus's problems was to move King A7 now. Instead, he should have immediately tried to establish his knight on F3, which he only did later. And after King A7, Rook CF1, White was ready to invade via the 7th rank. And indeed, after G4, which is a mistake, Black should get ready for this by going Rook C8. Now, Rook F7 was winning, but you would need to see one important, very, very important detail, which probably both players had missed, that after Queen takes H2, there's a checkmate threat. Well, this is so far obvious. Now, Rook F2 defends against the threat and hits the queen. And I think probably Magnus want to go something like Queen G3 here, keep contact to the rook. And the important detail you have to see is that you can still take on C7, because as Peter spotted quite fast, is that now in this position there's a checkmate on the horizon. Rook takes B7 check, deflecting the rook from defending the pawn on A6. And after Rook takes B7, it is a checkmate in just 2 moves. A bit of an unusual construction and tactic. And, well, if you move your king back, then White just takes on B6 and you might as well just resign. So we said during the broadcast, wow, what a big missed opportunity. But even after Queen C3, it was still more difficult for Carlsen to play with the black pieces. He went Knight F3, Rook G2, and maybe he could have even tried a move like C6 here. Instead, he went a little bit passive, Rook G8, and especially the next move was criticized by Judith, saying Rook D6 is a bit passive. Maybe instead he could have either gone Rook G7 or Knight D4, but in either case, it is definitely tricky to play with black. Now Rook D6, Queen E3, setting up threats along the diagonal, and here for sure Knight D4 should have been played. And if Knight E6 or Knight B3, then again this is far from easy. There's a move like C5 to the computer suggesting just giving a pawn up like this, going for counterplay, very difficult, because you just allow your opponent to have a protected pass pawn on a d file, or maybe giving up the exchange with rook takes e6, or maybe just playing queen d7, going after his pawn and then giving up the exchange. There were ideas, but with little time on the clock, it's very difficult to play, and Carlsen goes for king a8, stepping out of potential discovered checks. Now knight e6 was played, and here Carlsen lost his way going c6. Instead, king b8 was the move to stay in the game. So after c6, Vincent finds a clutch move here with little time on the clock. Queen a3 posing questions to this rook, which cannot be solved, and there's no way to defend this position anymore. If you play rook d7, very nice tactical shot is knight f8, forking queen and rook and winning material. And if you try to defend the rook, let's say with the queen to d7, then you're always running into rook takes f3, and the rook on g8 is undefended. So Magnus, with his time running out, he should try c5 and then rook d7, but all right, this is very difficult to find. He took on e6, but in other cases, when you can take the pawn on e6 and you establish a knight on d4, you definitely have chances to hold. However, in this situation, you don't get this pawn on e6. Magnus, with 1 second on the clock, played a nervy rook c8, but resigned immediately after because white is going to take the pawn on g4 and is going to win quite soon. What a tense final phase, and Vincent kept his nerves and won a critical encounter against Magnus, taking a lead in the semifinals. But one more game is to be played tomorrow, and we'll see if Magnus can strike back with the white pieces. Judith.
Thank you very much. It was a great breaking down what was happening in that game. And before we say goodbye, we have a very special guest. The world champion is visiting our studio. I would like to welcome you, Gökes, here in the studio. It's nice to see you, and we are very happy that we can ask you some of the questions we have to you. How do you feel here, even though your chess is not thriving for the moment yet?
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's a nice place, nice format, and I'm enjoying the event. Obviously, the results so far has not been good. I just had the first game against Fabi was quite a good game, I thought, but I missed some chances on the second game. I just blundered in the opening. So that's not pleasant to play like that, but yeah, it's quite nice that today at least I played a decent game.
How do you feel playing freestyle chess? What kind of feelings do you have when the drawing is done and then you have 10 minutes to get familiar with this kind of crazy, unexpected positions?
Yeah, I mean, last year it was also the same. Like we had like 10 minutes, around 10 minutes to get used to the position, and yeah, I mean, overall the freestyle format is interesting and quite nice for chess. I still prefer like the standard chess because this is like, I mean, we are still not experienced, and it's like just too complicated for everyone. But yeah, it's from time to time it's a nice format to play.
And what feelings do you have regarding the pieces on the board? What do you look at first? What bothers you the most? Like, how can you set up a priority? What is more important? My knight, my queen, my center, whatever. I know that there are many things to think about immediately, but how can you set up a priority? What is more important and what is less important?
Like, generally see the position, I guess it's quite specific in general, because some concepts in one position, it's not relevant in the other one. For example, this position, I guess the first thing everyone noticed is the b7 pawn, because knight b3, knight c5 is like almost checkmate. So, like, I mean, if there is a clear weakness, I guess that one, and also a8 knight is something you notice at first. But I guess like, yeah, I mean, you just see some concepts and you try to recreate it on the board. Like for me, at least, it's it's the case, yeah.
Were you surprised on first G4? And I give the word to Nicholas to go through with you with the game. Maybe you can highlight some of the important moments of the day.
Yeah, sure.
Just before starting that, I have one question, because we talked about this, that you are one of the players who never participates in the gathering in this discussion before. Can you explain us what do you think, what's the reason for it? You feel like you are much more quiet and calm if you just think for yourself, or what is the strategy?
Yeah, that is one reason. And also I kind of feel it's weird that players discuss together before the game, because we generally see the first 3 moves, pretty much everyone, when the game starts, pretty much everyone has the same position, almost always, yeah. So I don't know, I just felt it was a bit weird. And also last time I remember, I was also participating in the discussions, and I remember one game where someone suggested an idea. I found it very interesting in the discussions. I tried to play it on the board and I lost immediately.
Yes, so. Actually what I'm always telling here in the broadcast, that my strategy would be in the classical portion, because in the Rapid it's completely different, that I would be part of this negotiation. I would be enjoying all the insights of the others just to get some feeling, and then go back to my board, and when we start the game I will be thinking 10 minutes on my own. I will make my own decision, but at the same time I will somehow try to make sense of and filter out what could be useful. That would be my strategy, but it would only work in classical.
Yeah, I don't know, I did think of it whether to join or not, but I just prefer just sitting by myself and thinking. Yeah.
And when you were thinking before the game, was G4 one of the moves you were considering for white?
Yeah, I was mainly considering F4 actually, because it opens up all the pieces. Yeah.
Yes, F4 also a very reasonable move. I guess G4 wants to take F5 away.
G5, yeah. I was thinking of starting with G5.
Yes.
Which was interesting, but I just thought what I played in the game was kind of. I don't know, during the game I felt it was interesting, because knight b6, f4, f5, computer says it's not great, but my point was that simply all my pieces are out, and I thought this f4 pawn is more of a weakness than a strength. But soon after he played f5 I realized I might not have been very accurate, because now I was...
F5 was actually an accuracy.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought it was strong during the game. But what else should white play?
Maybe castle, knight b3, knight g3, just keep on developing, yes.
Yeah, okay, it's very hard to judge.
Yeah, the computer lives a completely different life. Yeah. Exactly.
But f5, after he played it, I was thinking g6 he can go, I guess, I was thinking, let's say castle. For example, gf5, queen j8, rook j8, knight g3 was unpleasant for me.
Because you can never defend because of knight takes f5 and bishop h4. This tactic
computer doesn't care, yeah.
Says keep on developing and put a
knight f5, knight g6.
Knight f5, knight
d5. Bishop h5 is cool.
Bishop h5, knight d5. Yeah, some different options, and I guess white is not able to use this initiative really.
Yeah.
So in the game, I think it went really well for you. You equalized fully up to a certain moment when you got into a little bit of trouble. I guess no.
Here I thought I was quite safe actually.
Yeah, this was all very good, and here it seems. Yeah, this was all very good, and here it seems that taking on f5 was not ideal. Yeah. But were you happy in general with the position here?
I thought I've already equalized, and
okay.
This bishop f5, gf5, I didn't think it was serious. I realized it was not as easy as I thought it was, but I never really felt any danger.
So here maybe his best chance was to go rook f8.
I just go knight e7?
Knight e7, and then there's bishop f6.
Sorry, I go rook e8 instead.
Yeah, I'll just show it for the viewers, because in the end, this is also why you played b6 a move later. This pawn is hanging. So you need to go, yes.
Rook F8,
Rook E8, exactly. But maybe also the
then you
same
just
motive
bring
can be there, yes? If you go knight E7, and now again this bishop F6. And we get into this position.
I did not see this.
Which I guess it's still continuous, but
this must be really unpleasant.
Yeah, this looks quite unpleasant. So I think here he missed his chance to put some more pressure, and then after E4 he found some great moves to equalize fully.
Yeah, I mean when I played B6 I saw all this till knight C4.
Okay.
But E5 I thought was a cool practical try actually.
King B5?
I mean, what you played in the game, E5.
E5, okay.
Yeah, because I mean it must be nothing obviously, but with less time, all these pawns hanging, C5, E5, H7, it was not that easy. But I think I defended pretty well.
Yeah, we did not really, we focused on the other games in this time, but
I think
it was equal until the end. Okay. All right. Any more questions to Gukesh?
Well, of course, there are tons of questions, but how can you handle difficult moments like you're handling here? Because things are not going on your way. For example, the first game against Fabiano, you had this opportunity, fantastic queen sacrifice. I mean, probably when you're in great form, you find it because it is very difficult at the same time. You're a fantastic player. How did you feel afterwards when you got the information that you could play Queen F4, and how do you deal with this, that if you don't find something and you're a little bit out of form?
Yeah, it was surely disappointing. I mean, I did not think this Queen F4 in specific, but I realized, okay, I mean, after the game, I realized, okay, I must have been winning at some point, because it just looked like that. Yeah, this queen sack was a cool idea, but even there was this possibility to play G8 rook E5 instead of knight B3, which was also very strong, which I had missed. So yeah, obviously I didn't handle it very well because the next game I lost like an idiot. But yeah, I mean it's tough. I also I guess you have to just accept that in 960 you'll make a lot of mistakes here because you're basically playing I don't know, Steinitz in those times. So yeah, there'll be a lot of mistakes. It's just that yeah, I mean I should, I mean even if I didn't win that game, I should have at least made a draw in there. I should never lose that game. But it was tough to handle. But okay, after the second game I had a lot of time to recover. So yeah, I'm glad that today I managed to play some good chess.
Is it more difficult in freestyle chess to control a situation where, like in classical chess, you feel the moment where things are going not on your way, and then you pull the brake and you say, okay, it's time to go for a drawish kind of continuation. Mm-hmm. Is it more difficult in classical chess or in freestyle? Do you feel the same, you have the same sense to feel the danger point that you pull the brake and you rather go for a draw, or it's completely out of control?
I think
and you try to play just the best move and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. I felt like in freestyle chess, it's just very random, yeah, everything that happens. For in few games, I felt like I'm in complete control. Then it makes one move that I didn't consider, and it was I'm suddenly in trouble, yeah. So it was I don't think that it's possible to fully control. I mean, some positions, yes, which are close to maybe standard chess, but I generally felt felt out of control in all games. I guess everyone feels that way. So yeah, that is the beauty of freestyle and also the difficult part, yes.
Thank you very much for visiting the studio and sharing your thoughts, and wishing you good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this was a beautiful finish of today, having Gukesh in the studio. And we are wrapping up for today. We had a lot of drama, action, tension, and winners and losers, as this is part of the sport. And tomorrow we are going to see the continuation of the semi-final, and also for the players who play for the 5th, 6th, 7th, and the 8th place to collect more money and more points of the Grand Prix, right? So we're going to see the other match between Nakamura and Gukesh, the other game between Firuze and Nodirbek. Of course, Nakamura is still struggling with having good positions, but not converting it. And of course, we are going to be looking with full excitement the semi-finals of Magnus Carlsen. Is he going to be able to recover and bounce back? And we go to a playoff, which a lot of excitement. And Fabiano Sinderov, who made a draw today. But tomorrow we'll see if it's going to be a decision in the classical form or we go on in a playoff. So I would like to thank you for all our viewers joining us, and of course my partners here, Peter and Nicholas, who shared all their insights and exciting things. I hope our viewers enjoyed it. And tomorrow is going to be even more exciting, because tomorrow there will be a decision who are the 2 players who are going to be playing the finals and fighting it out for the $200,000 first prize. So let's meet tomorrow and join us tomorrow again. See you from WEISSENHAUS.
You're curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.